Seeing them makes pitchers say, uh-oh. Last night they put on one of those shows that make fans gasp. Arguably the top 1-2 punch in baseball this year. They combined to hit 5 jacks and drive in 9 yesterday in Cincinnati. And their collective damage led the Rockies to a series win in the Queen City. Tonight, the show that is Cargo and Tulo returns to 20th and Blake. Whole lot of folks marching toward 20th and Blake tonight as the Rockies open up a 10-game homestand over the next 11 days. And tonight they welcome in division rival San Diego, the first of 4 on a beautiful, beautiful early June evening at Coors Field. And welcome back to Coors Field, everybody, with Jeff Hewson. I'm Drew Goodman. The Rockies coming off a very nice showing in Cincinnati. They take 2 of 3 from the Reds. And keep in mind, when the Rockies arrived in Cincinnati, the Reds were 20-7, one of the best records in baseball on their home turf.
Yeah, and also the 3rd best record in the National League. So I look at that and the way they played, and then some of the struggles that the Rockies have had in Cincinnati in the past. A lot of those memories were erased last night, and it was fun to watch.
In a big way. The Rockies hit 6 home runs, and Carlos Gonzalez and Troy Tulowitzki, they went to town.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to be able to watch these guys on an everyday basis, and just going around the league, people say, man, you got a dynamic duo in Carlos Gonzalez and Troy Tulowitzki. But last night, Carlos Gonzalez hits a ball out to left. You say, oh, that's a nice start in the first inning to have the home run to get that 1-run lead, but then this second one was a monster bomb. I think it's still going. And it said, I can do even better. I can hit a 3rd one. The 2nd time in his career he's had a 3-home run night, also 6 RBIs. But the guy hitting behind him, and Troy Tulowitzki, said, I don't want to be outdone. I'm going to go out there and hit a couple home runs myself and also go 5 for 5. So these 2 guys hitting 3 and 4 in your lineup pose a dangerous combination, because on the year now, they have 32 home runs and 90 RBIs combined. It's really a choice for a manager. Who do you pitch to? Do you pitch to Carlos? Do you pitch to Troy? Or do you pass on them and pitch to Michael Kadire?
Yeah, good luck. He's one of the league leaders in hitting. He's driven in a ton of runs. He's double digits in home runs as well. The middle of that order is clicking, and they hope to do it again tonight with the Padres in town. It is the Major League Amateur Draft. The Rockies have made their first-round selection. You'll hear who it is next. 27 and 32 San Diego Padres. As we mentioned a moment ago, the Major League Draft is underway in New York, Bud Selig announcing the Rockies on the clock with the third pick.
With the third selection of the 2013 first-year player draft, the Colorado Rockies select Jonathan Gray, a right-handed pitcher from the University of Oklahoma, Norman, Oklahoma.
And here is the big right-hander, 6'4", close to 240 pounds. It's Frazier's alma mater. This guy is the power pitcher in the draft. He touches 100+ miles an hour on a regular basis.
Yeah, and he'll carry that throughout the game. And you look at his power slider to go along with it. So if you're going to profile a college pitcher, a guy that's 6'4", almost 240 pounds, and you would to diagram him, that's the size you would want. He's going to be pitching tomorrow against LSU in the Super Regionals. Saw him last week throw in just a regular regional back in Virginia Tech, and he was impressive.
Yeah, he's very impressive. Billy Schmidt, Vice President of Scouting, had this to say about the Rockies' #1 selection.
Jonathan Gray is a power right-handed pitcher. We think he has a chance to have some impact here at the major league level, be a quality major league starter. We look forward to joining our organization this summer. Houston took Appel, which they felt was the best player, and the Cubs picking next took what they felt was the best college bat in the draft, and Jonathan was there for us to pick at 3, and we're very happy how things played out for us.
There were a number of scouting services, that listed Gray as the #1 player in this draft.
Well, it was the third time he's been drafted, so that tells you a little bit about his draft stock. But if you look at his size, his mechanics, everything that he does is pretty much perfect. So I think the Rockies, got the guy that they wanted, because this is a power arm and it's going to play.
So a pretty impressive big right-hander from the University of Oklahoma is now a Rocky. Well, the current Rockies, the ones that'll take the field tonight, are ready to go against San Diego, Colorado, and the Padres. Come on back to Coors Field with us. And the Rockies, and we're ready to go, I should say, as Jolie Chassin's first pitch misses to Everett Cabrera, ball 1. The Rockies and Padres meeting for the 7th time this year, and the Rockies are treating the Padres this year like a homecoming opponent. They're 6-0. This ball's ripped to right. Kadire going back will have to field it one hop off the wall, and Cabrera, who can really run easily into second. That's now a 7-game hitting streak for Everett Cabrera, just 2 shy of his career best. Let's take a look at the Padres lineup. Written out by Bud Black, presented by Southwest Airlines. Will Venable will be in right field. He'll bat second. Chase Headley has really been slumping. The Colorado native will bat third. Then Carlos Quentin, Jed Jerko's off to a nice rookie year start. Mark Kotsay, the veteran, at first base. Then Maben Hunley and Cashner. And this is going to drop in no man's land down the left field line. Let's take a look at Chacín's numbers.
Well, 3-3 with a 4.26 ERA. Since he came off the DL, he's 0-3 with a 6.14. He's pitched better at times. It's just been a 1 inning or 2/3 of an inning that has gotten him since his return. And if he eliminates that, it'll be good. But against the Padres in his career, 4-1 with the 270, including 2-0 this year. And those were part of the 6 wins that you talked about earlier, Drew. Rockies 6-0 against the Padres.
They've outscored him 38-17 in those 6 games. There's the devastating changeup that he possesses. And it's 0-2 on Will Venable.
Venable, a big, tall, athletic outfielder for the Padres. He's just never really put it all together.
And he gets the job done here. Moves the runner to third base. So Cabrera at third with 1 out. And that'll bring up Chase Headley. Here's what's on the menu for Chacín, brought to you by McDonald's. Quench your thirst at McDonald's, where any size soft drink or sweet tea is just $1. I'm loving it.
For Yolis, it's 89, almost a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, more of the 2-seam variety. We've seen the changeup put into play against Venable, but it's the slider that he'll love to throw when he gets ahead into a count where he's looking for a strikeout.
Headley let that first pitch pass, which of late has been unusual. He has been firing at the first pitch with great regularity. Not a lot of success, though. 2 for his last 28 at the plate.
But that's why he's firing at that first. When you're 2 for 28, you don't want to get in the ditch 0-1, 0-2. You just don't have the confidence to stay up there and foul off pitches or look for a pitch in a particular spot. You want to sometimes you speed up the at bat just to get it over with and see what you can do early.
And a good breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-2. Now you're in a position, if you're Chacín, you want to hunt that swing and miss and have a chance to get out of this first inning unscathed.
It could be that back foot slider or changeup away.
Got him on the back foot slider. You called it. Headley's gone. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Carlos Quentin.
And straight out of the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo, we'll notice the rotation. Fingers together, the hard late bite and dive. Now, Headley's out in front. The hips have opened up because he's thinking it's a fastball and he just cannot catch up to it. Perfect spot, perfect location, and the right call by Willeen Rosario.
That'll bring up Quentin, who is swinging the bat much better than his teammate Headley is. Chase struggling. Carlos is not. He's at .318 over his last 19 ball games. Veteran out of Stanford, Carlos Quentin. Here's the 1-0. Let's take a look at the Rockies defense. It's brought to you by Excel Energy. We bring you the energy you need so you can live the life you want. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. In the outfield, Cargo, Ewing, and Kadire, as Dexter Fowler still a little under the weather. In the infield, it's Arenado, Tulowitzki, DJ LeMahieu, Jordan Pacheco with Willeen Rosario forming the battery with Chacín. Here's the 1-1 to Quentin. Just missed. 2-1 at 92 miles an hour. Quentin hitting .319 out on the road, just .153 at Petco.
Notice he's standing more upright than what we've seen Carlos Quentin before.
He's got some knee issues. A little more comfortable, I think, for him in that upright stance from what we've been told.
Yeah, but if he's bending so much at the knee and you have knee issues, it could put stress on the patella tendon and just achy when you're thinking about hitting and you're worried about your knees. So take the pressure off, stand up. What it does, though, as a pitcher, you can work the ball down into the zone and get him to ground out.
In the air to right field. Pretty deep, but Kadayer's there, and Cabrera stranded at third. So a nice bit of pitching there from Chacin after the leadoff double by Everett Cabrera. Root Sports is brought to you by your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By King Soopers, more value for the way you live. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. Successful first inning navigated by Jolie Chacin, and the Rockies will try to put up an early marker against hard-throwing Andrew Kashner as Eric Young Jr. steps in. He was held hitless last night in Cincinnati. Late arrival for the Rockies last night from the Queen City. They got in about 1:30 in the morning, but they can't complain because yesterday San Diego was playing a night game at Dodger Stadium. They prevailed 6-2. That's in there for a strike. They didn't get in till after 4.
Well, it's not unusual for LA to have a night game on a travel day. They do it all the time. Talking to some people with the Padres, a lot of them said they didn't get to bed till 5:30.
Slowly hit to Jerko, and he'll toss it over to Mark Kotsay for the out. Here's the Southwest batting order for Walt Weiss tonight. Nolan Arenado will follow here in the 2-hole, and then it'll be Cargo and Tulowitzki trying for an encore of last night. I don't know if that's feasible. Michael Kadayer, Jordan Pacheco, Willeen Rosario, good numbers against the Padres in his young career. DJ LeMahieu and Chacin with a 222 average. Pretty impressive for a pitcher. So career night last night for Nolan Arenado. He threw out 4 hits, and Jeff, that was very, very important for him.
Well, psychologically, that's why. Because as a young player, you come up, you've had early success, and then you've tailed off. To come back out and get 4 hits, you feel better. You have a bounce in your step today when you come to the ballpark.
A lot of shadows on the field right now with the 6:40 start. And Arenado hits it on the ground to Cabrera, who's been very steady. And that's the second out of the inning. Kashner earlier in the year was working out of the pen, and now he's entrenched himself in the rotation, and he's got solid numbers.
Well, he does, but he's been better at home. 3-1 with the 276. Out on the road, 1-2, 461. Second career start against the Rockies, 7th appearance. Numbers aren't pretty. I mean, his first outing here at Coors Field didn't record an out, gave up 6 runs on 6 hits.
That will
stick in your mind for a long time.
It will do that, and it'll damage your ERA. Here's Cargo. He had the 3 home runs last night. Amazing that he's already produced 2 such games in his career. Last year, if you recall, he had a home run in his first at bat the next day after hitting 3 consecutive to finish the following ball game. Was 4 in a row, and that's a strike. So Cargo's in an early ditch, 0-2.
Well, last night his swing was so effortless. It was fun just to observe it from a purely technical standpoint.
Well, Cashner able to strike out Carlos Gonzalez. Here's his work last night. The home run to left. The monstrous home run to right center field. According to the Reds, the longest hit in baseball this year, in fact. And then his final jack of the night. No score, into 1. The rookie second baseman for the Padres, coming off a terrific May in which he tied the club record for home runs by a rookie in a single month with 6.
Getting a chance to play almost every day at second base for Buddy Black.
When we saw him earlier in the year, twice in April, 2 different series, he would chase everything soft, particularly in the dirt away, and he was handled pretty well by the Rockies. He's become much more disciplined since his arrival in April.
Well, and that's why he has the 3rd highest average among rookies. A 274 clip. Didi Gregorius ahead of him, of course, from Arizona, and then Osuna from Miami.
But yeah, he was 3-1.
He was looking to hit any and every fastball inside, but if you see from the forward strike zone where they're trying to pitch him, that's away, and preferably down and away.
Bouncing ball to third. Arenado really gets behind that throw, and Jerko's done. Tonight's Sideline Report is brought to you by the Honey Smoked Fish Company. Secrets of the Fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. Jenny Cavnar. Jenny?
Hey, we just saw Nolan Arenado make a play there in the field. It was his much-anticipated debut this season, but it was 4 years ago that he was drafted in the 2nd round by the Colorado Rockies. Let's hear his memories of that day.
I was actually nervous even when Strasburg went, even though I knew I wasn't going to go first pick overall. I was like freaking out, but no, it was cool. I actually was kind of freaking out because I didn't get called yet, and I was like, oh, no. And then I went in the computer room with my dad, and the Rockies came up, and I remember Eric Young was the one that announced my name, and we kind of went crazy. And it was my aunt's birthday, so we had a party and stuff, so it was pretty cool.
A party indeed. of course, today is the Major League Draft Day happening out in New York. The Rockies took Jonathan Gray, as you guys mentioned earlier at the top of the show, with their first pick. But you think back to that 2009 draft class, there were some studs in that class. He talked about Steven Strasburg with the Nationals. How about Mike Trout with the Angels? He is an all-star now. That was all just 4 years ago. It takes some years, some time, some development to see if these guys in the first round will ever end up in Major League Baseball. We'll have some more Major League Baseball Draft Day facts for you coming up on the rest of the broadcast, guys.
No question. Thank you, Jenny. The Rockies still have 2 more picks this first day. They have a second-round pick, and then they have, which is a 62nd pick, and then the 70th pick, which is part of the free agent B compensation.
And that'll be it for today. And it'll carry over then tomorrow.
Cameron Maben takes a strike. 1-1 on Cameron. He just came off the disabled list today. And unfortunately for the Padres, Yonder Alonso, their leader in RBIs, was placed on the shelf. That's off the end of the bat. Here's tonight's injury report. It's brought to you by Connect for Health Colorado. And there is officially Alonso to the DL with a hand injury. He got hit on the hand the other day. Maben has been out with a wrist injury since very early in the season. He's played only 10 games.
The Rockies saw him early in the season when he was battling with that wrist injury. But Yonder Alonso tried to ramp it up where he was doing more baseball activities, taking more swings. He did that on Tuesday, and then it set him back, and that's why he had to go on the DL.
Sliders off the plate. It's 3-2. Two outs, nobody on. Here's the payoff pitch to Maben, and he walked him. So Maben, with wonderful speed, will go to first, and that'll bring up Nick Hundley.
The Padres lead Major League Baseball in stolen bases.
Well, half of their 50 owned by their leadoff man, Everett Cabrera,
which also leads the major leagues.
Absolutely, with the 25. And the thing about him, Jeff, is he doesn't get caught much.
No, just 5 times this year. He led at 44 stolen bases last year, did Cabrera. But for Maben, this is a time to run. You have 2 outs. You have the 8th place hitter, Nick Hundley, up. But if he does steal, then you could do different things with Hundley. You could walk him to get to the pitcher. But if you're San Diego and Bud Black, they're an aggressive team. They look to run early in the count.
They don't have any stats talking about the Padres that jump out at you. Yet after a very poor start, they've gone 22-17 since the 3rd week of April. And it's so typical of a Bud Black managed team. They're bereft of big stars, big names. They play way out on the West Coast. The people in the East seemingly never see their results, or at least comes in 2 days later in the paper. And yet they're always competitive.
And even with a ballpark that they moved the fences in this year, the offensive numbers they're better, but it's not dramatically better.
You go back to last year, they're 49-37 over their last 86 games. That's 12 games over 500.
Phil Plantier, their hitting coach.
Hundley takes a strike, 1-2. Nick getting the start tonight behind the plate. Last 2 games, Yasmani Grandal was working behind the plate.
Least don't worry so much about Maben. You have 1-2 count on Hundley, who's hitting .238. Strike him out or get him, you don't have to worry about Maben stealing a base.
Here's the 1-2 on Hundley. Runner going, ball 2, and the throw's not going to get him. So it's a stolen base for Cameron Maben. And again, as you mentioned, this is how the Padres have to play. They need to force the issue.
Yeah, and Maben a 1-2 count, running count for most guys that can steal, head first slide into second base. And you'll see DJ LeMahieu getting there, and he made sure that that ball did not go into center field.
The strikeout of Hundley, and the stolen base becomes inconsequential. Middle of 2. Troy Tulowitzki getting ready to swing the bat for the Rockies in a scoreless game with the Padres. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more, as they did last night, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special. So with Tulowitzki approaching, we'll tell you that the combination of Cargo and Tulo set a major league record last night. It had never happened before in the grand history of this game that 2 players on the same team, one hit 3 homers in a game. That would be Cargo last night. And one of his teammates hit 2 home runs while producing at least 5 hits. Tulo 5 for 5 with 2 jacks. Cargo had 3.
It's almost like the topper game. Well, whatever story you could tell, I could top it. Well, those guys, whatever Carlos could do with the 3 home runs and the 6 RBIs, Troy was trying to top it with 5 hits and 3 RBIs.
And they now, as you mentioned, combined for 90 RBIs, 32 home runs. Cargo brought a .313 average into the ball game. Tulowitzki .349. And for those that say, oh, it's got to be the home yard for Cargo, not so fast. His numbers out on the road are far superior to his numbers so far at home. In fact, Cargo at home is hitting .275. He's hitting .348 out on the road. 11 of his 17 home runs out on the road. And Tulo takes another strike. It's 0-2.
And those are numbers even most baseball people, unless you dive into it, wouldn't think about. They would just assume, as you mentioned, oh, it's a Coors Field factor. It's not. He can hit.
That's a fair ball. And Headley throws out Tulowitzki. Padres defense brought to you by Excel Energy. Make the choices that fit your life, and Excel will provide you the energy to power it. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Carlos Quentin, a below-average left fielder. Cameron Maben, an above-average center fielder. Will Venable is a good outfielder as well. Chase Headley at third. Cabrera very good as well on the left side. Jed Jerko solid at second. Mark Kotsay's at first. Nick Hundley behind the plate. Kadire keeps throwing out hits. He's got a 9-game hitting streak going, in which he's swung it at a .421 clip.
And he's just sitting in the catbird seat after Carlos and Troy. Sitting there, okay. You want to pass on those guys, or you think you're through the meat part of the lineup? Well, you have to deal with me.
Look at the batting race in the National League. Tulowitzki's first. Cuddy is third behind Yadier Molina. And a walk to Kadire, and the Rockies have their first base runner with one out in the second inning. That'll bring up Jordan Pacheco. Pacheco got in last night as pinch hitter and promptly doubled in a run. Starting to produce in that role also. 4 for 15 off the bench, Jeff.
Well, he's done it, I think, now enough in his career where he's feeling comfortable on how to approach an at-bat as a pinch hitter, because it is totally different than when you're starting and playing every day and you know you're going to get 3 or 4 at-bats. You have to be ready for the first fastball you see. Now, this at-bat for him is different because he's going to get the at-bats. He takes the first pitch. That's how they're different. And guys like Dante Bichette, who've done it towards the end of their career, but you can tell guys how to approach it, but they have to experience it.
Ball and a strike on Pacheco. Kotsay with a good feed, and Pacheco just did beat the return throw. 2 outs. It'll bring up Rosario with Pacheco at first.
Now, this ball was not hit hard. Mark Kotsay comes off the bag, gives a nice feed to Cabrera, but the slide by Kadire, it forced Cabrera not to make a strong throw and get nothing on the throw. His feet were off the ground when he let go of the baseball. So instead of the inning being over, you still have a chance with Rosario because of the hard slide from Kadire.
One of the things we talk so much about, one of my favorite things to watch, is Michael Kadire breaking up a double play. Rosario at the plate takes ball 1. Moline trying to extract himself from a tough May, and now it's crept into June. He's 1 for his last 23 after a tremendous April.
And those are the foul tips. Those are the ones. I'm just thinking you're in a slump. It's not going how you would like it to go. So you finally see the ball and you check your swing and it still goes off the bat. Really, really worked hard today during batting practice of taking the ball to right center field.
And he does that on a regular basis. It's not like he just tries to play ping pong with the concourse and left.
And all it will take is a blue pit, a broken bat single, something to snap you out of the slump.
Maybe a line shot off the back wall of the Rockies bullpen, which he's
that'll work
done.
too.
Yeah, done on several an occasion. Go ahead,
I was
Jeff.
going to say the frustrating part for a hitter is when you know you're doing something wrong or you're trying to get out, but it hasn't translated to the game. Because you're just sitting there going, okay, stay back. Keep your left shoulder closed for Wallin. If it's a left-handed hitter, it's your right shoulder. Stay through it. Keep the hips underneath you.
This ball hit well to left, but not well enough. Quentin is going to have it. And the Rockies are done in their half of the second. There was a walk and a man left. No score as we go to the third. Rockies at Padres. Brought to you by the Ford Fusion. Quality you want, the power you deserve. Ford Fusion, go further. By Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Connect for Health Colorado. When health insurance plans compete, there's only one winner, you. Very pleasant night at Coors Field with Jeff Houston and Jenny Cadnar. I'm Drew Goodman. The Rockies and Padres have yet to produce a run. Top of the third inning, Jolie Chassin will face Andrew Cashner, and then the top of the Padres lineup. Cashner, a former Chicago Cub, blessed with a tremendous right arm.
6'6", 220 pounds, from Texas Christian University.
First pitch in there, strike one on Cashner. Here's the 0-1. And it's a breaking ball for a strike. Little slider. 0-2. The meal has begun.
Popcorn and a hot dog.
And Cashner's stay at the plate was brief. Third strikeout for Jolie Chassin. Rockies fans, text Toyota followed by your question to 720-720 and watch as your questions are answered during the fifth inning of every ballgame. Cabrera doubled, short hopped the right field wall over the head of Michael Kadire beginning the ballgame, but he was stranded at third.
Important inning for Jolice. That first inning with the double, the Venable gets him over to third base with a ground ball, but a strikeout and a fly out. At least for his psyche to come into the game and to get out of that first inning without giving up a run.
Sure. Especially the way he did it. I mean, you're going to have to get their middle of the order guys. He struck out Headley. That was the key to it, to produce the second out. And then he got Quentin on a fly ball to right. The hit by Everett Cabrera made Cabrera now on a 7-game hitting streak. His best in his career is 9 games.
Well, 68 hits on the season for Cabrera.
You and I were talking to some folks who follow the Padres on a day-to-day basis. One of them being the former Rocky, our good friend Mark Sweeney. And if you picked a Padre MVP through June the 5th, Everett Cabrera would garner maybe the most votes.
Sure, hitting 285. He's only made 3 errors at shortstop and has stolen 25 bases. Logical pick.
Strike 3. Good pitch by Chacin. That's punch out number 4.
Tight slider from Jolice. Another one. That's the pitch he used to strike out Chase Headley. This was in a different location. This was outside from the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Bowl. Fans, you can follow the Rockies on your phone, iPad, or phone with the MLB.com at Bat 13 app featuring pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or go online to Rockies.com. Look for the MLB.com app. It's a great thing to have when you're traveling.
Two 2-0 on Will Venable. Chacin with time and delivers it to Pacheco. Jordan wanted to throw it around, but Jordan, they're just going to play 3 outs this inning. So he can head to the dugout. The Rockies will try to kickstart the O against Cashner.
All tied up at 0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. See if the Rockies can't get on board. It's time now for our Coors Light Cold Hard Facts, and it's about draft day, since that is today. Between 1992 and 2010, the Rockies have made 1,025 picks. 117 of them have reached the majors. That's 11.4% to be exact. So we wanted to know if that number holds up true. In fact, we went back to when Troy Tulowitzki was drafted in 2005. Of course, he made his major league debut shortly after in 2007. Since then, those 8 drafts in between, well, he's the only one that's in the major leagues. That's 11.1%. 3 of the Rockies draft picks are in AAA, although just one of those Rockies, and Tim Wheeler from the 2009 draft, is still with the Colorado Rockies organization. Tyler Matzik, he was also picked that year in 2009 when the Rockies had 2 #1 picks. He's in AA. Tulsa with the 2010 pick. Kyle Parker, the 2011 and 2012 picks, are in different Class A classes. So we'll see where that leaves Jonathan Gray after he was selected today. But guys, honestly, 11.1% on that, 11.4 overall. Huey, do you think that holds up true around the rest of Major League Baseball?
I think it's a little bit lower than that for Major League Baseball. I've heard anywhere from 8 or 9% might be the number of guys that make it to the big leagues. It just shows you the inexact science of scouting and the challenges of trying to project a player.
DJ LeMahieu grounds out. Chassin at the plate. Didn't feel too good on the hands. 2 outs. Now, through the years, 40% of first-round picks don't make the big leagues. Well, that'll feel better by the time he gets to the mound.
It does help that it's 75 degrees and not 35 degrees.
Eric Young Jr. with 2 outs. He grounded to second his first time.
But to get back to the draft for a moment, what an exciting day for some of these young players to have their names called or just be on the draft board and waiting by the phone. The excitement. And not just today, not just a first rounder. It could be a 12th rounder tomorrow or a 40th rounder on the 3rd day. It doesn't matter.
And there'll be some Colorado kids taken. We'll keep you abreast of those over the next few days. There's a gentleman wearing an OU hat, Jonathan Gray, playing college baseball for the University of Oklahoma, where George Frazier played his college baseball.
He pitches, as I mentioned, in our open tomorrow against LSU in the Super Regional, and the winner of that, it's a 2 out of 3 series, will go to the College World Series.
So you chance to catch him, do your own scouting on television. 3-1.
And 18 starts for OU, 102 2/3 innings, 8 and 4, 104 strikeouts.
Lifted to right field, pretty deep. And Venable drifts back and makes the catch. Rockies go in order against Cashner in the 3rd. We'll go to the 4th, no score. Rockies with the 3rd pick in the draft take Jonathan Gray from the University of Oklahoma, and many thought he'd be the first player off the board. There wasn't unanimity in that opinion, but there were a number of people who had him going number 1. He touches 100 miles an hour with his fastball. And one of the things scouts look at, Huey, as you well know, is build. And he has a durable starter's build.
Yeah, 6'4" and 239 pounds. It just projects power. And his idol growing up was a guy that was just down south in the state of Texas. And big horse himself, Nolan Ryan.
Well, he didn't grow up, Jonathan did, very far from a guy who was a big, strong right-hander for a number of years, Brad Penny from Broken Arrow. And that is pulled into right field, a base hit for Headley. Second hit for the Padres. That'll bring up Carlos Quentin. There's some other players that we'll keep our eye on because of relationships here with the Rockies. Jonah Arenado, brother of Nolan, he wants to go play. Hunter Brothers is a right-handed pitcher, brother of Rex. Brody Weiss, who was taking BP out on the field today, he's headed to the University of California at Santa Barbara. Minor league supervisor Ronnie Giddey and his son can really swing the bat. Ronnie Jr.
Marco Gonzalez, a left-handed pitcher, pitched for Rocky Mountain High School, and then Gonzaga was taken in the first round, 19th overall by St. Louis.
And that's got to be a pitcher, though. Marco swings the bat very well.
Yeah, that's why he was one of the finalists for the Golden Spikes Award. Top amateur player.
Billy Schmidt's son Andrews down in the Parker area.
He's going to go out to UCLA this fall. A lot of hours out on the road for those scouts. All the area scouts. Danny Montgomery, Mark Gustafson,
Mike Erickson, another one of the cross checkers.
Bill Schmidt. All the pro scouts are here. People ask, is there a difference between a pro scout and an amateur scout? Yeah, there's two different departments. All these guys will look at on the pro side, and they'll take it from the major league, sometimes all the way down to high A ball, and those guys will work on possible trades. And then your amateur scouts are just looking for the next players in high school, junior college, and college.
And now a walk to Quentin, and you have 2 on. And we've talked about it since the injury. We've seen a lot of good from Jhoulys Chacín, but there always seems to be one inning, and you hope one's not developing right here.
No, but and that's where he has to overcome that with the base hit, and then you give up the walk to Quentin. Now refocus. Don't be so fine with your pitches that you end up nibbling, and then that pitch that's on the border or just on the black becomes 3 inches off the plate.
And ball 1 to Jed Jerko, and Rosario will go out.
Yeah, and this is smart from Rosario. Wallin trying to help slow the pace down for Jhoulys to not overthrow. You're still only a pitch or 2 from getting out of the inning, but don't continually fall behind the hitters where it puts them in good counts.
And it's 2-0. Now you got to make a pitch and a hitter's count to Jerko.
And he did. It was at the knees. If it wasn't at the knees with a 2-0 count to a young hitter, he would have fired at that pitch.
Three and one. Earlier, by the way, when talking about the draft, I said the Rockies select 62nd. I meant 42nd and then 70th. So they have another pick, 2 picks coming up this evening.
Jerko grounded out to Nolan his first time up. So Nolan knows that it could be coming his way, and depending on how the ball's hit, it'll depend on where he goes with the double play.
To third, past Arenado. That'll score at least one. Down in the left field corner, Quentin will stop at third on the run scoring double by Jerko. Second and third, nobody out. 1-0 San Diego. So a hit and a walk. And now Chacin has major issues here in the fourth.
24th RBI for Jed Jerko. Two-seam fastball, tried to sink it under the hands of Jerko. Not a terribly bad pitch. It was down the line. If he hits it to the right more from the line, that's a double play. But you can't keep falling behind the hitter.
Nope. And now Mark Kotsay. That'll get the run home. And it's 2-0. It's a tremendous piece of hitting by Kotsay because it accomplished two things. He got the run home, and he also moved the runner from second to third. I mean, he would have gotten the run home on a left side ground ball, but his ability to get on his front side, go out and pull that baseball.
Professional,
absolutely, it was a professional at bat.
Because he accomplished everything that he wanted to. You get the runner over, there's only one out, so now the Rockies have to draw the infield in. If he doesn't do that, or he hits a fly ball that's a sacrifice fly, but the runner stays at second base, now you play your infield back and you play it more conservative, but you have to cut off the run and not fall behind 3-0.
And that's a strike. 0-2 on Maybin. The strikeout is not far into Cameron. He punches out at a very high rate. What Chacin needs here. Slowly hit, contact, play at the plate, safe. Jerko slide beat the tag of Rosario, and it's a 3-run fourth for San Diego.
Straight contact, as you mentioned, Drew, where the swing happens, the base runner at third base has his momentum to go home. No hesitation, strong throw. And one more look at this. I know he got his right foot in, but did he tag him before it got there? And this will give us our best look.
I'll have to slow it down again.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell.
He said his right foot got in before the tag.
Hundley hits a towering fly ball down the right field line, and the wind grabs it, blows it into the seats.
Now see if he gets him on the left leg. Tough to tell from that angle. He looks out. He looked like he got him on the shin before the foot crossed the plate.
Kind of a typical Padre offensive inning. Nothing flashy, but they have 3 runs. 2 produced on groundouts.
Gets the tag down, he slides into it.
You can't tell, obviously, where the plate is on that angle.
But the whole time Jeff Nelson was looking down at the plate, and the signal was that the foot got in before the tag. See, I think he's out right there.
Pitch out with the runner going, and but Willeen airmails it into center field. And Maben's at third base. Stolen base and an E2.
They had the correct call on the pitch out from Tommy Runnels, the bench coach.
Just wasn't executed.
No, he just overthrew it. And as soon as he threw it, he knew it. Maben goes into third, standing up. Again, the Rockies will pull the infield in.
1-1 on Hundley. It's 2-1 on Hundley. You got Cashner on deck. Time I look at Andrew Cashner, I think of Corey Hart.
Yes.
And again, the contact play. Tulowitzki looking at Maben's speed, saying really would be risky to go there. So it's 4-0. I mean, they haven't hit a ball out of the infield, and it's 4-0.
And you might be wondering, why did Troy go home? 2 reasons. Cameron Maben's speed, or 3 reasons. The speed of Maben, the ball was not hit hard, and the bat is traveling at you the same time the ball is coming to you.
3 runs is scored on fielder's choice. 2 on groundouts, 1 on the attempt to get a runner at the plate. Just a bad inning. And again, this is what we've said the last few starts with Chacin. And, you know, Jolis would be the first to say it. It's always 1 inning.
Well,
and instead of it being, all right, you give up a run or maybe 2 runs in an inning, it turns into a crooked number. And 4 is a crooked number.
Yeah, and it happened against the Dodgers in his last start. He gave up 5 earned runs. A couple starts before that against San Francisco, he gave up the 8 earned runs. But it's not limiting the damage of an inning. You had the leadoff hit from Chase Headley. Okay, that happens. But then the walk, and then you give up a seeing eye double down the line. Play at the plate. All of these things have to be slowed down and stopped, and then you give up a hit to the pitcher.
Out at second base, Cashner getting frisky. And Cargo throws him out in the inning. 4 runs on 4 hits for the Padres. And now the Rockies have some work to do. They have not produced a hit yet.
Gonzalez due up second this inning. I want to take you back to last night, his 3 home runs, and how different each and every single one of them were. In the first inning, he hits that home run to left field. Notice how far his hands are away from his body. He takes the ball to left field, hits it out. The second one was just center cut. If it was sitting on a tee, that's the place that you would want it to be. And then finally, the third home run he hits. Just look at his back elbow. See how close and tight it is to his body? That helps pull the hands in to get the barrel to the ball. 3 different pitch locations, 3 different swings, but the same result.
Really something. Basically one to left, one to center, and one to right.
Right, and different swing paths for each of them, but the lower half involved stayed the same. The legs, the drive, the weight transfer from the back foot to the front foot, that stayed the same.
Nolan Arenado bounced to short his first time. Again, the Rockies without a knock so far. Their only base runner, Kadire, walked in the second with 1 out. Cashner's fastball sits in the mid-90s. It's a guy that used to just basically grunt on every fastball, touch 100 miles an hour a good portion of the time. Now he's backed off a little bit. He's becoming more of a pitcher.
Well, he was a reliever for most of his career until he gets over to San Diego, and they've said, I think you'd be better in the starting role, so he's had to back off where it's not triple digits. He still averages 94.5 miles an hour on his fastball. That's the 7th highest average velocity in the big leagues.
2-2. Throws his changeup about almost a quarter of the time.
And it's 9 miles an hour softer than the fastball, the variance that you're looking for.
This ball line to center field's got to get down, and it will, and it's going to go to the wall. It's going to be a leadoff double for Arenado, who, after producing 4 hits last night, Nolan Arenado with the Rockies' first hit tonight, leading off the 4th.
Well, as hard as Cashner throws, the outfield and Cameron Maybin has slid over to the right center field gap. They come inside with the fastball, but I mentioned about Carlos Gonzalez pulling his hands in. This is what Nolan Arenado does. Pulls the hands in and hits it past Cameron Maybin in center field. 9th double this season.
Cargo struck out on 3 pitches his first time. 2 for 6 lifetime against Cashner. He got a pitch there. He fouled it back. Cargo's last 14 games hitting .357 with 7 home runs, 15 driven in. He's also scored 12 runs during that time frame.
The 7 home runs are tied with Chris Davis, who has the most home runs during that period. Dominic Brown of the Phillies has 10.
And Dominic Brown's finally arrived.
Highly touted.
Heard a lot about him for a few different years. Now he's producing big numbers for the Phils.
Regular playing time, and he's healthy.
One. Good eye by Carlos. Little Pony put on a big show last night. Asked him today, is that the best game ever? Would he defer to the one he produced 3 home runs in last night? He said, I'm not sure. Both are pretty. You know what? He has a lot to go.
Yeah.
You know, wait, was it this one? Was it that one? Was it the cycle game?
The walk-off. I mean, all those things. How do you rate them? Other than they're all fun.
Other than he has a lot to choose from, and a lot of other guys don't. Arenado at second, leading off the fourth. The Rockies trailing 4-0 to San Diego. First game of 4 against the Padres, 10 straight at home. Good work with the hands there.
Well, and that was the pitch that he hit the home run to left field, where most guys cannot get their hands this far away from his body. I mean, right there, see how far they're away from his body? You would like to be tighter, but to foul off a pitch, you have to extend the bat. He is off the plate, and that's what helps generate the length of the bat going through the zone. And then to cover a high inside fastball and foul it back.
Rockies begin the day in second place, 2.5 behind Arizona in the National League West, and Arizona is on the wrong end of things tonight. The Cardinals leading them at Busch Stadium 12-5 in the 7th inning. Giants are 3 back, Padres 7 back, and then the Dodgers in the cellar. And Cashner strikes out Carlos Gonzalez for the 2nd time tonight. Time now for the Lowe's Never Stop Improving stat. Batting average since May the 14th. Matt Carpenter of the Cardinals at .395, then Tulo at .393. You see Everett Cabrera's on that list also. Tulowitzki, the unquestioned leader among two-way shortstops in baseball.
He's the head guy. He's not only the best two-way at shortstop, he could be one of the best two-ways in the game. I mean, Carlos Gonzalez in left field would be mentioned in the top 5 with Troy.
Guys who could do it on both ends, and of course playing that premier defensive spot.
Yes.
For Tulowitzki, and he has had a marvelous year. Bounced to third his first time. He's consistently come through in virtually every big moment this year, and this is, this is the 8th or 9th inning right now, but it's a pretty big moment because Cashner's had his way with the Rockies first time through the lineup, and now the Rockies trail by 4.
Need to get 1 or 2 back, and that would be ideal to just let Jalise catch his breath in the dugout and make Cashner work.
Two and one.
That's the maturity of Andrew Cashner. 2-1 changeup. Because early in his career, that would have been a 2-1. Try to throw it through the backstop fastball.
Two and two. Maben looked like he was having trouble finding the baseball for a moment. With 2 outs, that'll bring up Michael Kadire. It will also take us to our AT&T trivia question. First day of the draft, 2013. So who's the lowest drafted player to be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame? I just had the pleasure of being in Cooperstown the last few days and never get tired of going through the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's a big prominent photo of Troy Tulowitzki on display. You
and I have talked about that place, and the history, just taking your sons to Cooperstown and being able to walk in the hall.
My boys have heard me say this so many times, and the whole family was there. My middle son playing in Cooperstown, as your son did. My older son did on a couple of occasions. The Dreams Park. That's a base hit left center field. That will get the run home. Michael Kadire digging for two. Safe at second. Kadire coming through again. And the Rockies are on the board. It's now a 10-game hitting streak for Kadire as well.
Get the RBI from Michael Kadire with 2 outs, but then the hustle double on the season. That was a changeup from Andrew Kasher out of the hands of the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Caught it towards the end of the bat, but the strength of Michael to throw it over the head of Cabrera, and then know where the center fielder is in Maben to dig for 2 and dive in, and to be in scoring position for Jordan Pacheco.
Almost steal a run here if you get it down the line. Oh, that's a great pickup by Headley. Low throw handled by Kotze. Chase Headley just took a run away from the Rockies with his glove. But the Rockies get their first hit, and they get their first run. A couple of doubles produce it. 4-1 San Diego as we go to the 5th. Alexis look back. No runs to the 4th inning. Chase Headley a leadoff hit. There was traffic, and then Jed Jerko rolled a double down the left field line. That produced a run, and then it was a string of RBI groundouts. Nothing spectacular. What a rally, huh? 4 runs, though, in the inning that Kadire doubles in a run for the Rockies after Arenado led the inning off with a double. You're up to date, Cooney. Lexus, where luxury has an address. Now open in Greenwood Village. Everett Cabrera 1 for 2, a double back in the 1st inning. He's behind 0-1. Just to finish our Cooperstown conversation, I've said this so many times. You and I have talked about not only what a great tournament they hold there for youth baseball, typically 12-year-olds, 12 and under, but the town, and it's not just the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame's wonderful, but it's all about baseball, and it's such a magical setting on the lake there, up in the Catskills. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous place. And if you are any kind of baseball fan, it's one of those bucket list obligations.
Yes, and it's not a big town. That's the thing with that first time I went to Cooperstown that surprised me. I was expecting a much bigger community, but it's not. But do they ever embrace baseball?
Every shop, in some way,
Yes.
shape, or form, has something to do with the great game.
And you'll still have one more year with Gabe's to go.
I got another one to go. So I
He's
was
got
sad when
two
I was,
years.
when I in 2 years. So I was sad the crack of dawn this morning when I was leaving Cooperstown. And but I knew I would be back in a couple of years. So Will Venable at the plate. 0 for 2, couple of ground outs. It is our Toyota Talk inning. How many Rockies in this game were Colorado draft picks? Ryan in Denver. That's an appropriate question. I'll tell you what, the starting lineup, just looking out there, Jordan Pacheco at first was. Willeen Rosario was a free agent signee in Latin America. They are not eligible for the draft outside of Puerto Rico. Kids in Puerto Rico are eligible for the draft. DJ LeMahieu, Chicago Cubs. Tulowitzki, Colorado Rockies. Arenado, Colorado Rockies. Cargo was the not drafted but signed out of Venezuela by Arizona. Eric Young, Colorado Rockies. Michael Kadire, Minnesota Twins. And Chacin was signed by the Rockies out of Venezuela. Here's Arenado, Southern California kid with a. Ooh, man, you know what? I don't think Pacheco saw that. He never saw that because that was catchable.
This goes right by his head. He has the sunglasses down. He's trying to pick up the baseball.
Oh,
I mean, that's what he's looking at, folks, is Jordan Pacheco. The sunlight before it's gone down. Nolan, a strong throw. I mean, Jordan's lucky that wasn't towards his face more. He's battling, trying to find it, and that was past him before he could get his glove all the way up.
There's no other way to score it. You have to give Arenado an error. And Venable, another one of those Padres who can run. With Headley at the plate. Also the hit run combination potentially with Headley slumping. Will we see Jonathan Gray at spring training next year? Bob and Kathy and Lone Tree. You know what? It's too early to determine where he's going to be, and obviously what his contract will be. He has the talent that he could move very, very quickly. He's a college pitcher, a guy that pitched at junior college and at the University of Oklahoma. So I would suggest to you that that's pretty likely.
Yes, and if he does, it's just an introductory to pro ball and to big league spring training and to be around these guys. But that's where, when the Rockies built a new complex, they still have, even if he doesn't, say something happens, he doesn't go to big league camp, he's still in minor league camp, but they eat together, they work out together,
right.
They're in the same facility. I think that's where they did it.
And when I say it's likely, I should have rephrased that. It may not be likely that he's in big league camp, but it's likely that if you come down, you'll have an opportunity to see him on a backfield.
Yeah, you can just go to the backfield and watch him.
If the Rockies draft a player, does he have to sign with them? No, Sue, he does not. I mean, he would go back into next year's draft.
Yeah, they've moved up the signing period this year. I mean, a number of years ago, it was you had the players' rights up until a week before next year's draft. And then last year it was August 15th, 16th, 17th, something like that. They've moved it up even more this year to the middle of July.
And the reason is so kids can go out and play, and it's not a lost year. They can go play short season baseball and get an introduction to the professional ranks. Because a lot of times when kids, even if they signed at the 11th hour in the middle of August, they maybe get a cup of coffee in terms of playing in one of the short season teams.
And that's why they did move the signing period up.
3-1 on Headley, and it's fouled off 3-2. Jeff, did you get discouraged not being drafted?
Honestly, yes. because I had some teams say, oh, you'll get drafted, don't worry about it. 6 or 7 teams, as a matter of fact, and it never happened. And I was real close to just hanging it up and saying, I'll just go back to school and be done. I had a scout take a chance on me.
Runner going, and just one play. Well, maybe not. They turned the double play. That was a good decision by LeMahieu.
Great decision.
Didn't think they'd have a play on Venable, and they end up turning the 4-6-3 on the ground ball by Headley. Venable's moving. Watch this. He slowed down for an instant because the baseball was there. DJ LeMahieu, Jolie Chassin due for the Rockies. We thank you for texting in your questions to Toyota Talk. For more answers to your questions, visit the Root Sports Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM, where Hall of Famer Tracy Ringlesby will answer a bonus Toyota Talk question before the end of the game. Here's Tracy. He knows Cooperstown well also.
Hall of Fame inductee.
Yes, he was.
Tracy Ringlesby.
Writers wing, writers broadcasters wing. I always pick off new facts on the history of the game. Did you remember that Babe Ruth, he finished his career with Boston, and he actually threw a couple of games at the very tail end of his career. And back then there were no relievers. So the last 2 years of his career, he threw one game each. And they were both complete games.
Does that really surprise you, though, from Babe Ruth?
No. It's fouled off.
We got Babe Ruth covered with Boston and New York. Hey fans, the first 10,000 next Tuesday will receive a coupon good for a Hebrew National Dollar hot dog. Get your tickets now. The Washington Nationals will be in town. First 10,000 fans. Washington a game under 500 at 29-30 heading into tonight's action.
They've changed the scoring last inning. They're taking the error from Nolan Arenado and giving the error to Jordan Pacheco. Which, whoever you give it to, it's a tough error. It's just Jordan couldn't see the baseball because of the sun. 3-2. I can understand not giving it to Arenado because he made a perfect throw pretty much.
Yeah, the throw was on line. It didn't hit the dirt. It was a sun ball.
3-2 on Rosario. Third strikeout for Andrew Kashner. We'll bring up DJ LeMahieu. He bounced to second his first time. Let's give you an answer to our AT&T trivia question. It's a great one, appropriate for the day. Who's the lowest drafted player to be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame? And it's a guy you know well.
Yep, Ryne Sandberg.
20th round.
Yeah, most people would think that, oh, he was with the Cubs. He was drafted by them. He was a Philadelphia Philly draft pick and then went over to the Cubs in a trade. One of those young prospects.
You assume, and I guess you probably shouldn't assume anything, but the guy who's produced more home runs by a catcher than anybody in history, Mike Piazza, was a 62nd round pick of the Dodgers. Some say, though Tommy Lasorda kind of refutes this, that it was a favor to Mike's dad. They were very close friends. And Tommy said, no, we liked him. And I mean, here's one of the misnomers about Piazza. Piazza was well thought of. Piazza was going to go to the University of Miami and play baseball. Most guys that could sign and play baseball at an Arizona State, a University of Miami, they're draftable players. Yeah. Those are kids that typically are drafted out of high school.
Well, and that's where some of these colleges that are these kids that are being drafted that are in high school, these colleges are going to have to rethink, who they're going to recruit if these guys do sign. Some of the young first and second, third, fourth round picks.
Some other notable players that maybe didn't have Hall of Fame careers, pretty good players. Marcus Giles, who had a nice career, was an all-star. It's fouled off. 53rd round. Giles played for the Padres. Briefly was with the Rockies. Gabe Kapler, who was a former Rocky. 57th round pick in '95. 1,488 pick overall. And he won a World Series title with Boston in '04.
Didn't Gabe retire, went and managed for a year, and then came back and played because he missed that so much?
Yeah, was he in the Sally League or the Eastern League? And he's watching, and I think I'm better than these guys still. He went back and played in the big leagues the next year. Line drive, left center field, and Clinton's going to have to chase that to the wall. And DJ's going to have at least a double. So with one out, LeMahieu at second base.
They tried to pitch DJ away, and then a ball came back inner third at 83 miles an hour, a changeup. DJ made him pay with his fourth double this season.
Chance to help one's own cause here for Jhoulys Chacín.
So Gabe Kapler was with the Greenville Drive in the Sally League. 2007. I've heard of player managers, but never a player manager player combination.
Runner going, and this is looped into left field, and DJ LeMahieu can walk home. And Nick Huntley must have hit something.
Well, he thought that Jhoulys did not get out of his way to give him a proper throwing lane. But if you watch where Huntley's step to third I mean, as a hitter, you don't have to get out of the way. If you just stand there, now if you move your body into a position where it doesn't even allow him the angle to throw, then it's a different story. Dolis just stays in the box, so the catcher has to throw around the hitter. The jump was huge at second base from DJ LeMahieu. I mean, they're not holding him close. He's got a good walking lead, quick peek. At least tried to back out of the way. Watch him get out of the way.
Well, the pitch kind of moved him in that direction.
Yeah.
He even ducked. I mean, there's no way you're going to call interference on that. And if he just stands up tall, he has every right to do that.
Yes, and he even ducked.
That's a very nice play by Venable. Coming up on the wall, and Chacin's retired. 4-2. As the Rockies almost literally steal a run there. DJ LeMahieu gets a stolen base, comes in on the Huntley error. Now Eric Young Jr. 0 for 2 tonight. Has been in a little bit of a slump at the plate. Just 1 for his last 16. And pulled through the right side, a base hit. I'd say got a piece of it, that's all. See how quickly Eli looks to run. If he looks to run at all, but that's why he's out there. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC.
Huntley throwing out just over 26% of the runners. You just saw the throw to third base. It'd be a good time to take off.
And Arenado at the plate swinging it well. 5 for his last 7. Had the double last inning. The first hit allowed by Andrew Cashner.
For a pitcher that's 6'6", sometimes the hard part is to try to quicken that motion to home.
This ball's driven to right field and deep. Venable going back over his head. Ewing around third. He'll get a green light. No, late stop sign from Stu Cole. Ewing was tearing around third, and Stu Cole knows who's coming up. And the ball was already in the hands of Jed Jerko, the second baseman.
Yeah, back-to-back doubles for Arenado. This time over the head of Venable in right field, and he drives it to right. Short hops the wall. Venable gets to it quickly in one motion. Gets it back into Jerko, the second baseman. And Stu Cole waited and waited and waited as long as he could to stop Eric Young Jr. And you're right, Joe, with Carlos Gonzalez coming up and Troy Tulowitzki, you don't want to make the first or third out. In this case, it'd be the third out at home. The way these guys are swinging the bat, one swing, you're winning 5-4.
Fargo struck out his last at bat. He struck out his first at bat. His last at bat was a lengthy one before he went down on a changeup. Popped up down the left field line, and it is caught in foul ground by Headley. And the Rockies will leave 2 in scoring position. They get a run on the DJ LeMahieu double stolen base and error. 4-2. San Diego leading 4-2. Time for the Coors Light freeze cam. DJ LeMahieu, look at the decision. Bill Venable's right there, and he still was able to flip it to Tulowitzki. Troy was almost a little surprised. All right, we'll go ahead and complete this thing. Troy's ready. Up, all right, we'll go for it. Well done. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
For DJ LeMahieu, a career .993 fielder, was 97 games at second base in the major leagues.
Yeah, Chacin with the Rockies kind of chipping away. Needs to get his offense back to the dugout quickly. In the 6th inning, Quentin Jerko Kotze 4-5-6, and Carlos Quentin lines a single up the middle. Second time he's been on.
A chance to celebrate Father's Day on June 16th and get to the ballpark early as the first 20,000 fans will receive a 20th anniversary Walt Weiss bobblehead courtesy of Remax. Get your tickets today. Father's Day, June 16th. Phillies make their lone appearance to Coors Field.
(2-0) on Jerko. This kid has scored more runs, produced more hits, more total bases than any other National League rookie. So what kind of run Arenado gives him. By the end, of course, Jerko had the head start of being up from the get-go. Arenado came up in the final days of April.
Yeah, but if you look at a lot of the batting department leaders for rookies in the National League, you see Nolan's name creeping into quite a number of them.
And that's a strike. 2-2.
Jerko's just played more games. Nolan, bat starting to heat up again.
(2-2) pulled foul.
Rob Scahill just started getting loose in the Rockies bullpen. Or draft pick out of Bradley University.
Line drive left field. Cargo blocks the baseball. That was not as easy as he made it look. He wanted to try to slide and catch that baseball. At the last instant, Huey, he realized he did not have a play to catch that ball, and then he knew, I can't let this thing get by me.
Yeah, too much topspin from Jerko's bat, but Cargo slides and knocks it down. I mean, if he doesn't knock this down, then notice how he tried to make his upper body bigger to give him more space for that ball to hit.
So back-to-back singles in the 6th inning. 2 on, nobody out. Kotze coming up. Jim Wright at the mound. A moment ago, you saw Dave Roberts conferring with Jed Jerko. 90 pitches in for Chacin.
Even though San Diego has 4 runs on the board, they're just 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Cahill not far from being loose.
Kotsay, an RBI ground at his last time up. Mark was #1 pick, first round pick out of Cal State Fullerton a number of years ago. One and one. Kotsay, Tim Stoffer, Boxberger, Cashner, Grandal, Maben, Quentin, all first round picks, and also Jason Marquis, who had a no-hitter deep into the ball game yesterday in LA, 2 outs in the 6th inning as he beat Clayton Kershaw. That's outside. Padres also have had 3 draft picks who've gone on to the Hall of Fame. This is popped up and playable for Arenado. 1 out. Have auto glass damage? Call Safelite Auto Glass, America's vehicle glass experts at 303-287-5000, or go to safelight.com. And that'll bring up Cameron Maben. The 3 Hall of Famers drafted by the Padres. Dave Winfield in June of '73, 4th overall out of the University of Minnesota. Had to get that in for our producer, Tavis Strand. He'd be upset with me if I did not. Ozzie Smith was drafted in June of '77. And of course, Tony Gwynn was drafted with a 3rd round pick in '81 by San Diego. Well, yeah, Ozzie went for Gary Templeton. He still has one of my favorite lines of all time. He was having a great year with the San Diego Padres, wasn't voted in as a starter, and said, if I ain't starting, I ain't departing. That's a classic. Here's Maben, and it's 0-2 on Cameron Maben.
I still think of the play that Ozzie Smith made where he dove to his left on a ball up the middle, took a bad hop, and he snagged it with his bare hand.
Isn't that how you did it?
No. I mean, just think of the contortion of your body to have to dive to your left as you're going and reach back with your right hand.
Broken bat flare. This could be a problem. Ewi's not going to get there, and the run will score. Carlos Quentin got a good enough read that Eric Young Jr. wasn't going to get there, and he scores on the bloop single by Maben. It's 5-2 Padres.
Mike Shaw, Subaru, Supermo. Point out where this ball hit off the end of the bat. Right off the end and splinters. Eric Young Jr. with the big swing. You have to wait before you can make the read. But it was in no man's land.
That'll be all for Chacin. So Jolis goes 5 1/3, and he leaves trailing 5-2. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Honey Smoked Fish Company. Secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Absolutely gorgeous evening in lower downtown Denver. Snow caps in the distance. The Rockies trailing 5-2 in the 6th inning. 2 men on. As Rob Scahill takes over, Padres will have Nick Hundley to bat in the pitcher spot.
For Rob Scahill, last appearance in Cincinnati, 3 innings, a hit, 3 strikeouts. His last 2, he's thrown 5 innings and only given up the 3 hits. ERA at 2.38, whip below 1. Just one outing that Rob would like to have back, and he gave up 3 earned runs in 1 inning against Houston. Besides that, scoreless.
Looking for a ground ball, and this pitch is fouled off. Hundley tonight a strikeout and an RBI ground out. Nick was playing quite a bit this year until Yasmani Grandal last week came off the suspended list. He was suspended 50 games for testing positive for PEDs. And now Grandal's taken over, catching about 2/3 of the amount of time.
Yeah, when Grandal came and got the lion's share of playing time last year, Hundley was down in AAA playing, trying to rediscover the swing that showed so much promise early in his career. But now a 103 batter with runners in scoring position.
And that will go down. 2 outs as Scahill strikes out Nick Hundley. That'll bring up Andrew Cashner, who's 1 for 2. Cashner was born outside of Houston in Conroe, Texas, down the road from College Station.
Came over from the Cubs in the Anthony Rizzo trade.
He's a guy that was drafted 4 times, Cashner, including once by the Colorado Rockies. That's right. The Rockies drafted him in 06 in the 18th round. He didn't sign out of high school, didn't sign his first year out of junior college, didn't sign in 07 when the Cubs drafted him in the 29th round. And then the next year he was drafted in the 1st round, and that's when he finally signed. Said, hey, I got better. I'm gonna, you're gonna have to wait because I know I'm gonna get better. Finally drafted out of TCU, and you get a lot more money in the 1st round than the 29th. Scahill puts out the fire, striking out Hundley and Cashner. Another run in the inning. 5 runs charged to Jolie Chassin in 5 1/3. The Rockies trail 5-2.
as the Rockies are down to the Padres 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the sixth. Jordan Pacheco is due up this inning. And you know what? Looking back on his draft day in 2007, as technology changes, the way players find out how they're drafted and where they're going, that changes. Here's Pacheco's story.
Draft day, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Actually, I was working a camp. The first day was over, and I didn't get drafted, so I wasn't expecting too much after that. I almost thought that I was just going to go back another year for my senior years. But I was at camp, and my buddy kind of pulled his phone out and said, "I think you just got drafted in the 9th round." And I was like, well, maybe. And then I got a phone call 2 seconds later from, I think it was either Gus or Guy Vet or somebody telling me that I got drafted in the 9th round, and it was pretty special.
So the Rockies got scooped. Jordan Pacheco found out through his friend. Today, a fellow Lobo from New Mexico, DJ Peterson, he got drafted number 12 overall by the Seattle Mariners. He's a third baseman, so I know Jordan will be happy to see another Lobo, hoping to make his Major League Baseball dreams come true. Guys?
Yeah, you know, Jenny, the Lobos have a really fine program. So it's not surprising that a lot of guys will get drafted now. That is a foul ball. Tulowitzki will have to come back.
For New Mexico, they lost in their regional tournament. They were out in Fullerton with ASU and Columbia. They got put out by Columbia.
But they're good. Columbia, great year out of the Ivies.
Yep.
But New Mexico is now a frequent.
Oh yes.
Not only let me say not visitor, but a resident of the top 25 in the nation in college baseball.
Yeah, and Corey Voss, who plays down in Pueblo, a catcher from down there, he is signed to play at New Mexico. So they're looking at kids here in Colorado, and Corey will take his talents and play for the Lobos.
Tulowitzki lines it to left. Quentin's playing deep, makes the catch, 1 out. Well, you know, one of the cool things about being a professional player is you get a baseball card. Look at this. Jonathan Gray's got one already.
My, oh my, how things have changed. Bud Black was talking today because Bud Black was drafted in the 17th round, 417th overall. People were asking him how did he find out. He said, "Oh, it took a little bit. The scout called me up and said, we drafted you." He asked him how much he got to sign. He said, "Well, I don't really remember, but it took about half of that to get to Bellingham, Washington, where he's going to go play A-ball." So he goes, not a whole lot.
Worked out for him, though, didn't it?
Yes, it did. San Diego State. Bud Black, drafted by the Mariners.
Told the story before. His father was a hockey player. To Dyer to short, and Cabrera will throw him out. Cashner's kept the Rockies off balance. Spotted his fastball very well. Mixed in a changeup and a slider.
Well, the first 8,000 fans on June 13th will receive a Great Clips coupon. Stylists will be on site providing haircuts and collecting donations for the Colorado Rockies charities, presented by Great Clips.
Pacheco 0 for 2. Robbed of probably a double and an RBI in the 4th inning. He ripped one down the third base line, and Chase Headley made probably the defensive play of the game so far. And that stranded Dyer at second base.
Yeah, what 8 ground ball outs tonight for Andrew Cashner to go along with 6 flyouts, 3 punch outs.
He's chatting with the Chase Padres dugout this afternoon. Here's the 2-0, 3-0. And he's one of those guys. Walt Weiss was like this. Of course, Walt has played a lot longer than Chase has so far, but Chase has got a very nice career going. You look at his glove. He doesn't switch it out. He's not one of those guys that breaks in new leather every year. I'm sure he has a couple of backups, but you look at that thing closely, it's well worn.
That's a smaller model than what most third basemen will use.
And see, look where he keeps the finger at.
That's,
is that worn out a little bit?
Just a little. But to Chase, in the old line, it fits like a glove. It really does, because he doesn't even know he has it on his hand.
3-1, line to right field, fair ball into the right field corner. And Jordan will stop at second. He just hit.
Well, and why he hits is because he lets the ball travel to him. He doesn't jump out onto that front leg and collapse the leg. He stays through it, gets to a firm front side, is what we say in hitting terminology. But out of the box, cuts the corner, looking. Now he picks up Stu Cole, and Stu holds him up.
Textbook how he ran that turn.
Because you look at over your shoulder, you see what's going on, but then when you become 20, 22 feet away from second base, you pick up that third base coach. Don't keep peeking over your shoulder. 2 decisions tonight for Stu, where one, he had to make a read for Eric Young Jr. with Carlos Gonzalez coming up, and then that one with Pacheco.
Oh, and 1 on Rosario. And they'll run a pick play with the second baseman, Jerko. Rosario just 1 ribby since May 22nd. Rockies down 5-2. Moving toward the latter third of the game. See if they can pick up a 2-out ribby here. And that's painted again. That's what I mean by how Cashner's work tonight. That was at 96. And it was right on the black. Both pitches have been on the black.
Pitching is about disrupting hitters' timing. Add some to the fastball, subtract, change-ups, but locate. We always talk about hitters and pitchers needing a third pitch. If you can pitch with 2 pitches but hit your 4 quadrants, you can.
This ball roped deep left field, going back. Quentin can't get it. Here comes Pacheco, and Willeen Rosario will have a double. Boy, that has to feel real good for the young Rockies catcher. He has been scuffling it. And is that a smile of relief? 5-3. What a time for it.
Yeah. Well, Willeen needed that. As you mentioned, the RBIs have been few and far between for the last couple of weeks, but that time he makes Cashner pay for a mistake. There was nothing defensive about that swing. It was aggressive. Now this reaction is priceless. Yeah.
Yeah, the one to the dugout. And now LeMahieu will be walked with Scahill due up, and Bud Black's trying to force the hand of Walt Weiss. And the Rockies bench a little bit shorter last week.
Yeah, just 4 guys on the bench, but Wilton Lopez has gotten up into the bullpen for the Rockies.
Let's see anybody with a hat on right up there. It's Helton kind of hiding there.
And that's why he's down by the bat rack, because that's almost out of view for Bud Black and the Padres.
And you know, Bud saying, well, would he burn Helton right here? And here he comes. Do you remember the conversations with Jim Tracy the last year in particular, but probably going back 2 years ago, as Darren Balsley will go out? And that was, Tracy changed his philosophy. Instead of always saving the Giambi card for the 9th inning, he said, you know, there may be places where the best place to utilize them is maybe in the 7th inning.
Yeah, and I might not get another chance in the game. So I would rather use him too early than save it for later with the possibility that you don't even get to him. But if he hits one into the gap, now you've tied up the ball game. Or best case, he hits his 3rd pinch hit home run this year, and you're up 6-5.
And he has had a very productive week. Over the last 7 games, he's hit 3 home runs. He's driven in 6, including the opposite field 2-run home run last night in Cincinnati. And that was a classic. Right there. That tied up the score in the 9th inning. And this was last night. He hit that a long way to the opposite field. So here we go. Helt pinch hitting with 2 on and 2 outs. And I think he's getting a little more comfortable, Huey, in this role.
Yeah, because it's not a role that he had been in prior to this year, and even some into last year, but it's starting to grow on him more and more as he knows that this is a role he might be in.
And he's going to, still start 3, maybe 4 times a week, but the other days he's going to be asked to tie up a game, give the Rockies a lead, pad a lead, 2-0. And they're 2-1.
He's also found something in his swing that is clicking. He said, I have it during batting practice. This was up to the last 10 days or so. It just hadn't translated to the game. Well, it has now, and he's figured out what it is.
3-1 on Helt. Todd sitting on 360 home runs, tied with Gary Gaetti after the bomb last night. Next up, in 75th place, the Yankee Clipper Joe DiMaggio. 3-1. This ball driven to deep center field. Maben skipping back will have the catch right in front of the wall. So Todd gave it a ride about 400 feet. Rockies get a run on the double by Willeen Rosario. Highlights so far brought to you by McDonald's. Enjoy a refreshing, satisfying, icy cold soft drink or sweet tea any size for just $1. I'm loving it. Jerko with a base hit down the line to drive in a run, and then a series of RBI groundouts, none of which are really highlight worthy, but we showed them to you anyhow. 4 runs in the 4th inning for the San Diego Padres against Chacín. Kadire with a base hit here, actually a double as he legged his way to second. Brought home Arenado, who was doubled in the 5th inning. DJ LeMahieu was doubled, steals 3rd, and then that throw by Huntley went into left field. Maben with a bloop single to drive in the 5th run for San Diego. And the Rockies would get a double from Rosario last inning. And that would bring home the Rockies' 3rd run. Jordan Pacheco, who had a 2-out double. So you're up to date 5-3. The Rockies trailing San Diego, top of the 7th inning. Everett Cabrera in the top of the order for the Padres. Cabrera's 1 for 3. Wilt Lopez is now on the mound for Colorado. And that pitch is outside, ball 1.
Inning for Wilt last night against Cincinnati. Pretty clean, 15 pitches needed, 3.86 ERA. 18 out of his last 21 appearances have been scoreless.
And DJ LeMahieu handles that ground ball, and Cabrera's kept off the bases. That is a good thing. 1 gone. Will Venable will come up. Will's 0 for 3. He reached on an error that was an unfortunate one. First handed to Arenado, and then they changed it and gave it to Pacheco. But the sun was right in Pacheco's eyes. The first baseman really have trouble there for about 45 minutes when the sun is setting.
And he had the
on
glasses,
a left side throw.
Yeah, he had the glasses down as well.
The throw was, a fine throw. It was about head high, and Pacheco just couldn't see it.
And people say, well, why didn't he skip it over there? Why didn't he throw it? Well, from now on, he will do that. But until you experience it for the first time, you can't. That's a hard adjustment to make for a fielder, because how many times do you practice making a bad throw or a throw that's going to one-hop the first baseman?
I think you guys did, correct me if I'm wrong, the old days on the turf. This ball is lined to right center field and deep. And Eric Young Jr. has it. Will Venable, who can really run, is turning up the speed, and he'll have a triple. For Venable, his 2nd triple of the year.
Into the gap in right center, and Venable can really run. Mike Shaw, Subaru Supermo, just looks at Venable and how he had to reach for that pitch, and Eric gets to it, comes off the wall, but then misses the cutoff man. I mean, the one hope was you hit DJ LeMahieu in stride where he can make a strong throw to 3rd base, but once it went over his head, Venable can get into 3rd base. The 3rd time tonight the Rockies have had to bring the infield in.
And Headley fouls that back. Chase last night said, well, a small accomplishment as he has been slumping. He had a base hit, a couple of at bats that he felt were solid at bats. When you are struggling, you'll take consolation in any feel-good moment. To short, Tulowitzki eyeballs Venable. He waits even longer. The veteran move by Tulowitzki. It wasn't one look and fire. It was one look, then a second look, because he knows Venable can really go. And then he got the out at first. So there are 2 gone. And it'll be left to Carlos Quentin.
Military Appreciation Day is this Saturday. Active military and veterans receive complimentary tickets, and discounts are available for family and friends. Come early for the celebration. Saturday, June 8th against the Padres. Earlier start time that day, 5:15 start.
Rockies, by the way, with the 42nd pick, are on the clock as we speak. 2-0 on Quint. Pedro Estacio is making the announcement for the Rockies. Slowly hit to short. Tulowitzki takes his time, throws out Quint, and left at third is Will Venable after the one-out triple against Wilton Lopez. 5-3 Rockies trailing as we go to the bottom of the seventh. For Colorado, What's Next is brought to you by CenturyLink. What's next is the Friday pitching matchup. Jorge De La Rosa, who's been outstanding, will go for the Rockies, looking for his 8th victory. And Edinson Volquez, the former Red, will go for San Diego. He has a 4-5 record and a 5.35 ERA.
Volquez 0-2 with a 9 ERA against the Rockies.
Eric Young Jr. against Andrew Cashner, still going for the Padres.
95 pitches for Cashner. They have a right-hander and a left-hander up in their bullpen. Joe Thatcher, the left-hander.
EY lines it foul, and it's 0-2.
Well, the right-hander for the Padres, Tim Stauffer. Stauffer, memory serves, was a first-round pick.
He was a first-round pick, yep. Originally a starting pitcher. One and two. And Junior able to keep the at bat rolling. Line on Jhoulys Chacín, 5 1/3. 97 pitches, 5 runs, 5 earned. 7 hits, excuse me, 2 walks and 4 punch outs.
again, it was the 1 inning, 4-run fourth that hurt him.
And Eric Young Jr. does not catch up to the 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, the Rockies have just made another selection, a high school infielder, Ryan McMahon, third baseman from Modern Day High School. They've turned out a lot of big names over the years. Pretty good football program also. 42nd overall, 6'2", 285-pound third baseman Ryan McMahon.
Well, he did play football some, but finally turned his attention to baseball his senior years. 6'2", 185 pounds.
Arenado fouls this off. There was a comparison made, you know, and these comparisons are so early on, but comparison made to Kyle Seager with the Seattle Mariners. Pretty good looking young player. Ooh. Huey, why don't you break that look out?
Couldn't rock it as nice as that young man.
And Arenado hits a fly ball down the right field line. And Venable makes a catch in fair ground. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Cargo. Cargo 0 for 3 tonight against Cashner. 2 strikeouts and a foul out. Padres with 8 hits, the Rockies with 7. Cargo's second in the National League in home runs to Dominic Brown. Brown's gone off.
Most people would have thought it was Justin Upton, the hot start that he had.
Well, he's been stuck on 14 for a while. In fact, his average has plummeted. And Cargo a comeback. Cashner a 1-2-3 7th inning. 5-3 Padres. Top of the 8th inning. You can relive the best parts of the 2013 Boulder presented by Crocs on Root Sports Saturday at 2 p.m. You'll hear from the top racers in that event. Recount many of the sights and sounds from the 35th running of the Boulder right here on Root Sports. Jed Jerko 2 for 3 tonight. This ball's fouled off. Now, the issue for Wilton Lopez, who is a ground ball pitcher almost exclusively with Houston, we've chatted a lot about, is there haven't been as many ground balls. Been a lot of balls in the air, i.e. last inning he got 3 ground ball outs. That was great, but Will Venable hit a long triple to right center field, and the 2 pitches here that Jerko has swung at have been elevated.
Trying to find the right arm slot to make sure you get enough depth on the baseball.
And he strikes him out at 94. One of the harder pitches we've seen from Wilton Lopez. 1 out. That'll bring up Kotze. If you have autoglass issues, as we like to say, call Safelite Autoglass 303-287-5000 or go to safelite.com. On 1 hop to Jordan Pacheco, and he gets it to Wilton Lopez. Now the Rockies with only 6 outs to work with, and then you start getting in that Dale Thayer, Luke Gregerson territory, if that's the direction that Bud Black wants to go.
Yeah, Dale Thayer is up for the Padres with over 100 pitches for Andrew Cashner. You go to Thayer, and you still have Thatcher from the left side. Gregerson, as you mentioned, from the right side. No Houston Street. He's on the DL, but 107 pitches for Andrew Cashner.
So you got to figure he's going to turn it over to Thayer next inning. Maben has been on 3 times tonight. He's driven in a couple runs, had a stolen base, so he's had an impact on this game in his first game since mid-April. Well, that makes it official. Guys shaking your hand in the middle of the game. It's not to say, hey, you've really done a nice job for 7 innings. Hopefully it goes well for you in the 8th.
That means you're done. Sit back and watch.
Was that catch made by Eli? No. Safe signal by the second base umpire, Jim Joyce. He got out there. Good hustle by Jim.
Jimmy ran out there a good 20 feet or so from home plate. I mean, he's looking. And the dive, and then the ball comes off the glove of Eric.
So Maben with his second hit of the night. And here's Nick Hundley. Hundley 0 for 3, did drive in a run with a ground ball to shortstop. He struck out twice. So Cashner goes 7 innings, allowing 3 runs on 7 hits. Walked 2, struck out 4.
Step off move from Lopez. Cameron Maben was leaning.
Rockies unbeaten against San Diego this year, 6-0. And inside the division, the Rockies have played well, particularly at Coors Field. They're 12-4 at home against NL West opponents.
$19 wins overall against the NL West. Most for anybody in the division.
Throw to second. Out at second base. Rosario cuts down Cameron Maben. 2-6 on the caught stealing. And in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Rockies will begin with Troy Tulowitzki. That's a better throw by Rosario.
Get out there and vote. Cargo needs your votes, deserves your votes, so make sure he gets a starting spot out there in the All-Star game.
The Rockies also need some runs as we welcome you back to Coors Field. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. It's 5-3. The Padres are on top. You heard Michael Kadire. Get out there and vote. What are you waiting for? All you have to do is go to MLB.com. You have till July 4th, so just under a month. We want you to get Cargo in the All-Star game. Of course, several other Rockies as well. Take your pick. But look at these numbers for Carlos Gonzalez, where he ranks in the National League in terms of other outfielders. He's 3rd in batting average coming into today, hitting .313. Of course, those 17 home runs, 3 of them came in yesterday's game, and 49 runs scored. That's first among outfielders. You also see that note, Michael Kadire. He leads all outfielders in batting average. So I'm going to say vote for Cargo, vote for Cuddy, vote for Dexter Fowler. Let's just make it a trifecta in the outfield. What do you guys say?
Well, what I say right now, and it's still June the 6th, but Cargo, Tulowitzki, and Kadire, to me, are no-brainers.
No.
Now, it's hard to, you're not going to start, it's very hard to have 4, 5, 6 guys, but, the Rockies right now, 4 games over 500, so you're not taking 3 guys off a team that's 15 games under 500. And there's time left in June, but all 3 have put up big numbers. And Kadire's would be even larger, but he was on the disabled list, but you can't dismiss that he's hitting above 340.
He's 3rd in the National League in hitting.
And Tulowitzki pops up Thayer's 2-1 pitch. A couple changes to tell you about for San Diego. Kotze's come out of the ball game, and Kyle Blanks is now at first. And Quentin comes out of the game, and the very versatile Alexi Amarista is in left field. Dale Thayer is on for the 27th time this year. Rockies have seen him very good in they've also been able to get after him, Todd Helton in particular.
That's the Thayer's MO. He's a hard thrower. A lot like Cashner, where it can be 94 to 96 miles an hour, but more effort into each pitch. That's why he's a late inning guy.
1-1 on the campaign manager for Carlos Gonzalez, Michael Kadaya. I'm sure that will be reciprocated in kind by Cargo. This ball to short. 2 outs. Jordan Pacheco coming up. Who wants tacos? Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more for the Rockies Taco Special, text the keyword taco to 720-720, and when that does occur, Taco Bell, along with Root Sports, will donate $250 to the Colorado I Have a Dream Foundation. Pacheco a double and a run scored in the 6th inning. This game's odd in that it's 5-3, and you think back and look at the scoreboard and you see 4 runs in the 4th, and you figure, well, 4 spots put up, home run, some extra base hits, something occurred, a lot of traffic. It was a series of RBI groundouts, but again, Jolie Chassin, who had cruised into the 4th inning, he was very good in the first 3 innings. He had only a couple of base runners, a leadoff double in the 1st, and then the 2-out walk to Maben in the 2nd.
Also 4 strikeouts in the first 3
Yeah,
innings.
I mean, he was really pitching wonderful baseball. Then a single, a walk, a double right down the line. And then a couple of RBI ground outs. There was a stolen base in there by Maben, and then
an error,
a
close play at the plate,
and a 4 spot. And right now, that's the difference in the game. 1-2 on Pacheco, and Jordan lines it to right for another base hit. So that'll bring up the tying run in Willeen Rosario. See if he can build on his last at bat.
Well, and he should have the confidence, because that hit for Willeen Rosario was on an 0-2 count. Here it is back in the 6th inning. And he finally got a pitch, belt high, hit it over the head of the left fielder, Carlos Quentin. But like that inning, it was a double from Jordan Pacheco to get Rosario to the plate. This time it's a single to right field from Pacheco.
Off the plate, 1-1. Thayer to Rosario. High drive, deep left field, way back in. This game is tied. Boy, did he build up that last at bat.
That's why you stick with a player when he has some ups and downs. Because Willeen Rosario, the baby bull, is one swing away from just getting it right back. 3 RBIs tonight. 10 home runs on the season. He was 1 for his last 23 coming into tonight, but he takes the 82-mile-an-hour breaking pitch and makes them pay.
First home run for the Baby Bull since May the 18th. Some 3 weeks ago. And it's a whole new evening at 20th and Blake. That man doesn't look happy. Slider at the knees, a strike. It's 1-1 on LeMahieu. Two on DJ.
Also gets Jolis off the hook.
And LeMahieu goes down swinging. But a single with 2 outs by Pacheco, and then Willeen Rosario delivers. 3 RBIs tonight for Rosario, all with 2 outs. 5-5 as we go to the 9th. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Rockies have trailed throughout the ball game. First 4-0. They chipped away. Then it was 5-2. It is now 5-5, courtesy of the Baby Bull, his 10th jack of the year, a 2-run shot moments ago. And now we go to the 9th inning. Nick Hundley will lead things off. Rex Brothers on the mound, and Joel Klatters had to revamp his entire introduction to the postgame show.
That's very true. There was going to be something about a hangover. Maybe Huey was going to go under the bus, but now it's where there's a Willeen, there's a way, fellas. We'll talk about Willeen Rosario. All 3 of those RBIs with 2 outs, like you mentioned, Drew. And then here you go, Drew. Here's a little rhyme from last summer. We'll bring it back to this summer. Hey, Drew, I just met you. This is crazy. Here's Cam's numbers: 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, 2 runs driven in. Just call me Maben.
Well, Carly Jepsen, huh?
I got it.
Yeah,
he got it, folks.
Do you want to know what? Do you want to know what?
Someone wrote it down for you, didn't they?
I had like 6 people in my ear telling me that. in the interest of full disclosure.
Yeah.
No, but I remember that because all the Olympic athletes, right?
Yeah, it was the song of the summer last year.
Yep. Line drive center field. EY makes the catch. Nick Hundley is the first out in the 9th inning. Joel, we will check with you when we have a conclusion. We all hope it is one that brings a big crowd to Joel and the guys out in center field. Alexi Amarista will have his first at bat. He went in for Quentin in left field.
With the score tied at 5 in the 9th inning, you bring your closer in, Rex Brothers, who pitched a couple days ago in Cincinnati, got a save. Those are just glowing numbers. A .35 ERA. Talk about all-star guys. And this guy's going to be mentioned as a possible all-star in New York.
And you know what? With the expanded roster, Brothers, because the game means a lot now, as we all know, Brothers is going to get serious consideration because he's left-handed.
Yes, and he can throw hard. He's a one-inning guy. He's closed games now. Pitched late in the ball game. And with numbers like that, why wouldn't he?
Alvarista overmatched. 2 outs.
Just good morning, good afternoon, and good night, because this was a bad swing, good pitch from Rex Brothers. Look at the break on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo.
And Everett Cabrera, 1 for 4. 2 outs in the 9th. Rockies will have a pinch hitter in the 9th, and then EY and Arenado. They have Herrera, Fowler, and Torrealba available. Fowler would be the guy you'd want to go to if he feels up to it.
Yeah, and he's available. He came in last night for an inning. Still under the weather, but for one at bat or a couple innings, he could hopefully come out and do it.
Yeah, obviously Dexter would be ideal with his ability to get on base. He walks more than anybody else on the club. There's Johnny. There's a base hit for Cabrera with 2 outs. They're going to pinch hit for Will Venable. Get to that in a moment. Scoreless inning streak this year in baseball, and 2 are active right now. Jesse Crain of the White Sox, Rex Brothers 23 innings. Chris Sale had a 28 inning streak earlier. Paul Mahalam also with a lengthy streak. Kristen Norfia is going to be the pinch hitter for Venable.
Get the left-handed Venable out. Does Bud Black and put Denorfia in. 4 for 7 in his career off of Rex.
Denorfia is a tough out.
Well, he can hit the ball so many different directions. And he has good speed.
Oh, this bounces up, and the throw to second is not going to get Cabrera, and that's a big wild pitch. Now you have a runner, and not just any runner, in scoring position. I mean, any kind of hit, Cabrera is going to give the Padres the lead.
Rosario tried to smother this ball, but it was just so far out in front of home plate. It bounced at 56 feet. Just spiked that slider. That's the growth of Rex Brothers. A 1-0 slider to take something off instead of trying to throw harder.
Here's the 1-1, and that's handled by Rosario. 2-1.
Moline encouraging Rex to stay back, don't overthrow.
3-1. On deck is Chase Headley, who's a switch hitter, so obviously Chase will come in from the right side, but Headley has been scuffling. Now, you're talking about the guy who led the league in RBIs last year, so you shouldn't be anxious to see him at the plate.
He's just hitting 196 from the right side.
And that was what I was going to get to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's one of those strange things. You go, give me Chase Headley right now. You say, wait a second, that guy drove at 119 last year.
Right, but you also would set up a force play at any base. Why not just get rid of Denorfia and be done with it?
3-2, and he loses Denorfia. And so Headley will come up with runners at first and second. This little issue has come up here with 2 outs. 5-5 in the 9th inning.
Just going to review the scouting report with Jimmy Wright. With Chase Headley hitting right-handed, he is as aggressive right-handed as he is left-handed.
He's 3 for 24 in June.
Also going to talk about, who's going to make sure that Everett Cabrera is held close at second base. Are we going to worry about him, or you focus on the hitter? If they do try a double steal, where's the throw going to go? All these things have to be determined prior to the play happening, so nobody is caught out of position.
Brothers needs 1 out to get the Rockies safely to the bottom of the 9th inning in a 5-5 game. Here we go, 2 on Headley. Cabrera takes off for third, and moving up behind him is Denorfia. A double steal on a pitch in the dirt. And you used the term a moment ago, overthrowing it. That's what it appears Rex is doing right now.
Well, when you put the ball that far out in front of home plate, you are overthrowing, but the jump from Everett Cabrera was just huge. And now, again, it puts the pressure on Rosario if he throws a slider down to block it.
Ground ball to short. Tulo's got it. On to first, and the rally is put down by Rex Brothers. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The Rockies need just 1 to shake hands. Watching the Rockies and Padres on Sunday. Stick around for Rockies Weekly. We recap the Rockies' first round pick in the 2013 Major League Draft. We'll visit the annual Root Sports / Colorado Rockies Boys and Girls Club Clinic and have the top moments of the week. Don't miss Rockies Weekly Sunday after the game. Chris DeNorfia stays in the ballgame in right field. And Tim Stauffer will throw in the bottom of the ninth. It'll be Johnny Herrera to pinch hit. So Dexter Fowler still obviously uncomfortable enough that he's not going to participate right now. But Johnny swung the bat really well in Cincinnati.
Well, he did. He had a couple games where he's throwing out multiple hits all over left field, right field. Couple run scoring at bats. Going up against Tim Stauffer. Stauffer, a fastball, changeup, slider type pitcher.
And that just missed off the plate at 89.
New role for Stauffer as a reliever. Been a starter for most of his career.
It's 2-0 on Johnny. Johnny will be taking a strike.
Yeah, and we know Johnny. We've seen him in these situations. I mean, even if that was a pitch he wanted to swing at, he wouldn't have 2-0 to lead off the bottom of the ninth with nobody out.
Three and one.
That sets up perfectly if he can get on, because you have Eric Young Jr. to hit next and lay down a bunt.
Ball four. Herrera, the winning run, goes to first. Eric Young Jr. coming up in a sacrifice situation.
If he sacrificed, laid down the bunt towards first base. And Kyle Blanks, who just came into the ball game a couple innings ago, having to hold the runner on. So if he lays the ball out in this area right there, he could also get a base hit.
That's where the bunt goes. And one play for Stauffer, and that's to fire to Blanks. So the winning run at second base, and the first swipe at being the hero will come from Nolan Arenado.
Nolan with 2 doubles tonight, doesn't need a double. Some good old-fashioned single.
The outfield has to shorten way up to have a shot at Herrera. Johnny has a tick better than average speed, even though, you know, Johnny's a middle infielder. He's not a flyer. Amarista shortens up, Maben and DeNorfia.
But he's already created his angle to cut home.
He's got a 2-out lead off of second base.
Yeah, it's back 3 or 4 feet from the bag. I mean, notice how the depth is from here to here. That helps create the angle as you go into third to cut the bag.
Stauffer hits the corner. It's 0-1. Time was called.
The catcher, Nick Hundley, wanted time. He didn't either like the sign that he had put down or wanted to go with a different pitch. He just didn't know, so he calls timeout. It was granted by home plate umpire Jeff Nelson.
Oh, 1 outside, 1-1. Nolan with 4 hits last night. And as Jeff mentioned, 2 doubles in 4 trips tonight. The Toyota postgame show will immediately follow. Rockies trying to kick off this 10-game homestand on the right note. Rockies 18-12 at Coors Field so far this year. The 1-1. Line drive, right field. It is caught by DeNorfia, and Herrera will dive back to the bag. And the only reason that was caught, again, the outfield really shortened up.
And DeNorfia, being the outfielder with the experience, got the jump on the baseball. When Jonathan thought this ball was going to fall, he gets a secondary lead, sees it, but takes 2 or 3 steps and then freezes. So he does not get doubled off. Nolan just slices it to right.
That's a good piece of hitting.
A good piece of hitting and a good piece of base running from Jonathan not to get doubled up.
That's why you always tell runners at second base, know where the outfield is aligned so you get a read on bloops, or in this case, a read on that kind of line drive.
Prior to the pitch coming to the plate.
Right. Joe Thatcher, the lefty, coming on to face Cargo. We'll be back. The winning run at second base, 2 outs. And Joe Thatcher, the veteran situational lefty, will come on to face Carlos Gonzalez. This is not their first dance together.
No, they've done it before. This will be the 11th at bat for Carlos Gonzalez against Joe Thatcher. 3 for 10 prior. For Thatcher, he comes from a low 3/4 angle and makes it tough on left-handers, but this year lefties are hitting at a higher average against Thatcher than right-handers.
And Cargo's hitting 354 against lefties.
Yeah, and this is where you put the ball in play and take your chances. It doesn't need to be a home run. That would be dramatic, but a single, a bloop, broken bat, it doesn't matter where it falls, just to score Jonathan Herrera and win this ball game.
Cargo had a rip. You said a single wouldn't matter, bloop. Had that thing got straight, he would have been in the second deck.
They would have been measuring that home run like they did yesterday at Great America Ballpark.
This was not the look of a hitter that was fooled by the arm angle.
No, he picked up the rotation, the ball, everything.
Cargo inside saying, man, I missed a juicy one right there. Here's the 0-1. 2-strike count. And you got to figure he's going to get the slider even further off the plate, at least twice more.
He'll start it middle part of the plate and try to work it into the other batter's box.
There it was, and Cargo fouled it off. Kid who always plays with a smile on his face, regardless of what's happened before. Tonight he's 0 for 4. Yesterday he hit 3 jacks, drove in 6.
That's what
he lives for, these moments too.
And that's why, as a competitor, you want to be in a situation like this. There's nothing you can do about the 0 for 4 prior. You put that out of your mind. All you know is if I get a hit, I'm 1 for 1, and we won the game.
He's trying to drive in his childhood friend from Maracaibo, Johnny Herrera. Here's the pitch outside, and it's 1-2.
That's all Carlos has to be thinking. If Joe Thatcher throws him inside, it's a mistake. So eliminate that from your mind and just think opposite field.
1-2. And he did bring the heater in.
Yeah, but it's not a fastball that worries you left on left at 87 miles an hour.
Fly ball, deep center field. Maben will get back and make the catch. And we'll go extra innings. Tied at 5. We'll go extra frames at Coors Field. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Aerial view of Coors Field. The Rockies and Padres tied at 5 as we go to the 10th inning. And the Rockies will send out Mr. Reliable Matt Belisle to throw that 10th inning. Kyle Blanks will lead it off. And then Jed Jerko. And then the pitcher spot.
Matt did not pitch at Cincinnati last night, 2 nights ago. 1 inning, 1 hit, 9 pitches needed to get through that inning. The Rockies relievers have thrown 3 2/3. 0 runs given up between Scahill, Wilton Lopez, Rex Brothers. Now it's Matt Belisle's turn.
And a big happy birthday to Matt Belisle. celebrating his 33rd birthday today. 1-1.
Kyle Blanks just recalled. He'd been sent out, and then when they put Yonder Alonso on the DL, he got the call back.
Played with and against Jordan Pacheco growing up in the Albuquerque area. Here's the 1-2. Slider and Blanks just did get a piece.
Don't fall asleep on Kyle Blanks' speed. He's a big guy, but he can run. Fielders have to be aware.
Arenado guarding the line, playing no doubles. The outfield somewhat similar, though Eric Young is on an average depth in center field.
And more towards right center field.
To third, Arenado's got it.
That's a smart play from Nolan because of the speed I mentioned a moment ago. Knew that he didn't have time to set his feet, take long to get rid of the baseball. He ranges to his left, reaches down with just his glove hand, doesn't try to field it with two hands. When you move laterally sometimes, it's easier to make the play like a first baseman would, just go to pick it. If you try to reach with both hands, your hands, it makes it harder to catch the ball. Your hands become very hard, but then in one motion throws on the run. Each day we watch him,
he's got it all, doesn't he?
He does. And that infielder's clock you have in your head, he has that too. Knowing when I have to get rid of it, when I have time.
Right field pretty deep but playable. On the edge of the track, Kadire has it. And Jerko's retired. And that'll bring up Jesus Guzman. He'll pinch hit.
That just leaves Manny Grandal on the bench for San Diego.
Rockies in the bottom of the 10th. Tulowitzki, Kadire, Pacheco. Tied at 5. This is the 6th extra inning game for the Rockies in their last 16 ball games. They're 4-6 in extra affairs. The Padres are 2-2 in extra frames. And a ground ball to Tulowitzki. Good inning, Matt Belisle. Nice way to celebrate his birthday. Even better if the Rockies can make him a winner. Tulowitzki had a rather large night 24 hours ago. 5-5. To lead off. And you're going to see the best arm right now in the Padres bullpen. Bud Black's going to call on Luke Gregerson. Look at his whip, 068.
It helps when you're holding opponents to a 132 average. That's the 4th best mark among all relievers in baseball. 12 for 91. Fastball, slider, but the fastball is not very hard. It's the slider that Gregerson throws. He's been a setup man, and now he's closing at times for Bud Black with Houston Street being out. Seems like we've been calling Luke Gregerson's name forever for the Padres.
Tulowitzki tonight 0 for 4. One pitch, one out. And that'll bring up Michael Kadire. Cuddy had an RBI double in the 4th inning. He now has a 10-game hitting streak because of that. Summertime's great. I don't have to go to bed early.
Get extra innings.
And bonus baseball.
Gregerson starts on the far first base side of the pitching rubber. It just tells you where he wants to throw the baseball. He wants to throw it away from right-handed hitters.
3-0.
Looks like that pitch caught a strike in the forward strike zone. Michael caught a break.
Three and one. And that's in there, 3-2. Line foul. Good pitch, got him away with a slider.
Just close enough to the zone when it came out of the hand of Gregerson to get Michael to bite on this. A torque on the elbow to throw that slider, missed it by a couple inches off the plate.
Pacheco doubled in the 6th and scored, singled in the 8th, and came around on the Willeen Rosario game-tying 2-run home run. That's why we're in extra frames. And the Rockies trailed 4-0. They trailed 5-2. They're 6-0 against the Padres this year.
Right-handed hitter, this might be the time where you just creep a couple inches closer to the plate to reach the outside pitch. But you have to do it subtly because catchers are always peeking at hitters and their feet, their body before they'll put down the sign.
One and two. Rockies hit 6 home runs yesterday. They have 1 tonight. The Rosario 2-run shot. And Gregerson does his thing in the 10th, and we'll go to the 11th, tied at 5. Enter the 11th inning. Manuel Corpus back up with the Rockies is on to throw the 11th. It'll be his 2nd appearance.
Third of an inning in Cincinnati. And the season in Colorado Springs. 17 relief appearances down there. 2nd tour of duty for Manuel.
And while Manuel gets loose, we're going to go down to Scottsdale via the phone and check in with the Vice President of Scouting for the Colorado Rockies, Billy Schmidt. It's been not only a busy day, but a busy period of time overall for Billy and his scouts. Billy, in the first round, you guys select Jonathan Gray. Were you surprised that he was there?
Drew and Jeff, nice, good to talk to you guys. You know, with the draft, you never know what's going to happen, and you prepare for all scenarios. Other clubs make decisions, and then you have to react to their decisions. And we were very happy that he was there. We like him a lot. You know, we think he has a chance to be a quality major league starting pitcher. We like his power arm, and first and foremost, we like him as a person, what he's all about, and what we think he'll bring to our organization.
So, Bill, you know, a lot of goes into scouting, but how long have you been down in Arizona, kind of piecing the board together and all the different scenarios?
We came down last Wednesday, so we've been here, 9 days now.
Hey, so. Billy, with Jonathan Gray, he's a name that people who follow amateur baseball had read a lot about. He's a guy that would, you know, at times hit triple digits, and I know that doesn't necessarily get people out, but it certainly it gets scouts coming around, it gets people talking. In a perfect world, how far away is this kid, because he's a college pitcher, if things go well for him?
You know, in a perfect world, you'd hope he'd be there in the next couple of years. He's thrown a lot of bullets this year for him, and they're still playing. They're in the Super Regional down at LSU this weekend, and if they win that, then they move on to Omaha. And I think he's probably run. I think he's 109 innings right now. So we'll look at his workload when he's done and figure out how much we have left to try to get him through the summer. and you know, put him in the position to be ready to go out of spring training next year.
Big fastball. The slider's well above average as well. Can you go through the repertoire very quickly, Billy?
Yeah, it's fastball slider change, Drew. You know, like you said, he can hit a triple digit. He pitches in the upper 90s, mid to upper 90s. It's a hard slider, and you know, the change is still developing, but he does have a feel for it. And first and foremost, he throws strikes. He can strike some hitters out. He's, you know, struck hitters out, and he gets some ground balls. So we feel his repertoire, you know, should be able to play at Denver.
I want to move on to your 42nd pick overall, Ryan McMahon, a third baseman out of California. Has got a good body on him, 6'2", 285 pounds, and I saw his left-handed swing, and he's got a pretty strong arm, but he looks like a guy that could project to even be bigger and stronger.
Yeah, he you know, there's still room for projection. He's an athletic kid. You know, we've watched Ryan here the last couple of years, and we've, you know, seen him mature. We like his swing, and you know, I think he has a chance to be an offensive player and be a corner bat, and you know, and be a solid defender in time. But you know, as a young kid, he's going to be a few years away. It's not somebody who's going to be here in the next couple of years, but we feel, you know, his upside is real good, and we like him a lot.
Billy, very quickly, we're going to update people. Alexi Amarista's at the plate. There's one out. It's a 3-base error that allowed Cameron Maben to arrive at third as that ball glanced off Eric Young's glove in deep center field. One out. Infield is in.
Watch the squeeze.
And they're coming. Maben's coming to the plate. They have a play there. Maben's out. Well done by Manuel Corpus. Billy, you'd have loved it. I mean, you'd have given high grades to Corpus on that play defensively.
Well, it's good to see Manny back in the big leagues with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's worked hard to come back from the Tommy John surgery. The chopper out in front of home plate. He comes and gets the ball strong throw to Willeen, and Willeen does not give Maben any chance to try to slide into home. Blocks the plate. Not out of the woods, but it feels good to get that lead runner.
And Billy, very quickly, I know you guys have a ton more work to do with Cabrera coming up and 2 outs, a man at first base. I'm going to go. Is it Baylog, Alex Baylog?
You're probably better with names than I am, Drew, but yes. University of San Francisco.
Big kid, huh?
Good size, heavy fastball, a ground ball pitcher, you know, low to mid-90s fastball with a slider, and you know, we think his repertoire will fit good at altitude.
And that's, as of right now, that's a guy you'd look at for length. He's a starting pitcher right now.
We view him as a starting pitcher.
Okay, very good. Billy, you've been kind enough to allow me to sit in on day 2 of a draft before. I'll tell you what, I don't know how you guys keep up, because it starts flying when you get to day 2, doesn't it?
Day 2 and then day 3. It's a little different now. We've slowed it up on day 2, where day 3 is more of the rapid fire. We'll do rounds 3 through 10 tomorrow, and then the rapid fire on Saturday, rounds 11 to 40. So we'll do you know, 30 rounds in 6 hours.
Well, you've already kind of started to readjust your board and where guys slot now. True?
Yeah. I mean, needless to say, signability changes with guys. We'll readjust and take a look. The board got beat up pretty good here tonight with the 70-plus picks that were taken, and we'll regroup in the morning and be ready to go tomorrow.
Just make sure you take a quarterback. You got to keep that tradition going.
Ryan McGuire, modern day, if you look it up.
Oh, that's right.
He was their quarterback.
There you go.
McMahon. Ryan McMahon.
Ryan McMahon. That's right. There you go. Perfect. Hey, Billy, we appreciate the time.
Billy.
And we'll talk to you very shortly. Thanks and good luck.
All right, guys.
Good luck.
Take care.
You bet. Good luck the rest of the way. That's Billy Schmidt, Vice President of Scouting, joining us from the Rockies Draft Central,
yes,
which is down in Scottsdale. And the facilities, as everybody knows, are great down there. It also allows them, you know, a place to spread out and not have, you know, the distractions of all the other major league operations going on right now. So they've been down there, as Billy described, the last 9 days. So we'll keep you abreast the next couple of days of who the Rockies draft, and then some of the Colorado selections, some of the local ties, etc. 1 and 2 right now. Everett Cabrera with Amarista at first. He can run a little bit. Not going, swung on and missed. Foul tip held by Rosario. That's a great job by Corpus after Maben reached third leading off, and he prevents the Padres from scoring. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th in a 5-5 game. Rosario will lead it off. Bottom of the 11th inning. Luke Gregerson is still out there. A little bit unusual that you keep your closer for more than an inning. But Black wants him to face Rosario at the very least. And right now I don't see any action in the Padres bullpen, so
well, and
he's going to be out there for this inning as well, or until the Rockies perhaps win it. Rosario's the reason we're in extra innings. A 2-run home run in the 8th inning with 2 outs. A slumping Willeen Rosario got a slider, and he hit it about 430.
It's nice to see from Willeen that excitement. Then you get the swagger back. Okay, I broke out of the slump I was in. I've had a double and a home run my last 2 at bats, 3 RBIs.
Here's the 1-1.
Oh,
he had a pitch to hit there. 1-2. This is where Gregerson tries to take that slider off the plate. He would
just make you chase it. It looks tantalizing for a hitter, but the late movement will work at 6 to 7 inches away from a right-handed hitter off the plate, and you just don't have a bat long enough to reach it.
It's a nice job staying off that pitch. 2-2.
Yeah, but for Gregerson, just had 12 pitches coming into this inning, so Bud Black elected to go with him the 2nd inning because of the low pitch count.
And it's 3-2. Mayhew on deck. Pitcher spot is 2 doors down. He has struck out 3 in a row, 3 of the 4 hitters he's faced.
That's what makes Luke Gregerson so tough to hit. You know it's coming. It's almost like the Trevor Hoffman changeup. You see it, you know he's going to throw it, and you can't hit it. Well, Gregerson, slider.
Well, there's 2 closers right now with very similar repertoires in the National League West. Sergio Romo and Luke Gregerson.
Yes.
You know they're going to throw the slider. This ball bounced toward the hole, get through. Cabrera is not going to throw out LeMahieu, and it's a base hit for DJ.
And with the short bench and Dexter Fowler not feeling well.
You could have Torrealba's the only guy left, but they'll put up Corpus here. There's your Rockies with 2 outs and nobody on probably would have hit your beat. Instead, Corpus will be asked to bunt. Bud Black will do this, being an old pitcher himself. He'll run out to the mound and have a conference. He does this maybe more than any manager in baseball.
He does. And he'll gather his troops together. And it's talking about how are you going to play the bunt. You know, Gregerson's going to throw the pitch outside. So are you going to crash early if you're Kyle Blanks? Chase Headley will be no more than 60, 65 feet away when he starts at third base and creep closer. The second baseman, Jed Jerko, is real close to first. Douglas Cabrera will have second base. And Manny's trying for his first career sacrifice bunt.
Get 2 more opportunities. How about Manny with the 2 walks? Remember seeing him last year, Jeff, when he was with the Cubs, and he knew he was going to be obviously a free agent. He said, "I'd love to come back to Colorado."
Yeah, I saw him a couple years ago when he was rehabbing at Stedman Hawkins with Jason McWilliams.
Good bunt. He's going to get his first big league sacrifice. Well done, Manuel Corpus. That was textbook. So the winning run at second base, and Eric Young Jr. will come up 1 for 4 and a sacrifice of his own tonight.
He's doing the little things. Manny gets the bunt down in a hard pitcher to lay a bunt down against Luke Gregerson.
And now the first lefty that he's had to face with Gregerson. Two outs, LeMahieu at second.
It's just a touch earlier or easier for a left-hander to hit off of Gregerson than the right-handers. Yet lefty's just 6 for 39. Do have a base hit. I think no matter how hard it is, if you're Stu Cole, you send him. Challenge the outfielders to make the perfect throw.
Ball and a strike on EY. Here's Stu. Hoping to frantically wave his right arm here in a moment. Hits are even at 10. Runs as well at 5. And this is a high fly ball to deep left center field, right center field. I don't know if anybody's going to get there. Maben holds on. And he gets a big pat on the back from Chris DeNorfia. He bobbled this and held on. This ball was hit a long way. We'll go to the 12th. by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. So we move to the 12th inning. Chris Denorfia will lead things off. Second at bat for Denorfia. He walked when he came on in the 9th. Pinch hitting for Will Venable. Denorfia, Headley, and Kyle Blanks. And Corpus induces a comebacker. One pitch, one out. The Rockies in the bottom of the 12th will have 2, 3, and 4. And the good news is Gregerson will be no longer on the bump.
How about that catch from Cameron Maben? He had to sprint 50+ yards, it seemed, catching over the shoulder.
You know, initially I didn't think the ball was hit as well as it obviously was.
Well, and where Maben had started on the play.
I think you're right. I mean, he probably ran close to 50 yards to get to that baseball.
And then the over-the-shoulder basket catch from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Hits off the heel, but he rolls out, but he pins it next to his body. Watches it go back into his glove.
Two and one on Headley.
Brad Boxberger, the right-hander for the Padres.
Just came back to the big leagues on Sunday.
He's up and getting loose in the pen.
This is to right field, and it's going to drop in front of Kadire. So a one-out single for Headley. There's Boxberger. This is also the third time the Rockies have played at least 12 innings this year. They're 1-1 in 12 inning plus affairs. They beat Atlanta on April 24th. They lost at Houston on May 27th. Kyle Blanks outside, ball one.
Blanks' power is on the pull side. Anything inner third from mid-thigh up to the letters, that's where he likes the baseball. Keep it down in the zone, you get the ground ball, chance for a double play.
Second journey with the Rockies for Manuel Corpus. This is slicing to right center field, and nobody's going to get there. Throw to second is wide of the bag, and Blanks has kind of a fly ball double. That was interesting off the bat. You thought the ball would be caught. It was a long run for both Eric Young and Michael Kadire, and now it's second and third, one out.
Never slice back like you expect it to for a right-handed batter back to Michael. But just right in between both of them.
And you wonder, you can't hear the communication, you wonder if EY thought he could catch it because it was an easier play, and it wasn't easy for either player, but it was closer to Kadire, and it almost looked like he kind of backed off a little bit.
Big way to the center fielder who has priority in the outfield.
You got to watch the squeeze here. You have Headley at third. And now the Rockies are going to put on Jerko to
set up the force
all around. And the last position player will be utilized for San Diego, Yasmani Grandal. You get this late in the game, you have a lot of crossouts.
You play the corners in, and the infielders will play at a depth that if it's hit softly, they could still come home. If they're hoping that it's going to be hit hard, you could turn two up the middle.
So Grandal will pinch hit.
Grandal hitting left-handed, 1 for 12 this season.
Well, he's had only 27 at bats since his return from the suspended list. And the Rockies up the middle are playing it straight to normal double play depth. That is a fair ball, and the throw to first, safe. Oh man. Arenado got the force at third, stepping on the bag. Here comes Walt Weiss. They said Grandal safe, which means obviously the run scores.
Corey Blazer, the third base umpire, was calling it a fair ball the whole way. So Nolan gets it, steps on the bag, and throws a one-hopper over to first base. He looked out just on normal speed of the game.
He looked out live.
Yeah.
We're going to slow it down and see. It doesn't matter now, but let's see what the replay shows.
So playing off the line is Nolan. Can't go home. The runner's in his way. He steps on the bag and throws to first base.
This is a quick decision by Arenado.
Real quick. Oh, he's way out.
That's not even close.
That is awful.
By big league standards, that's not close.
Look at that.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
That's horrible.
That is awful.
I mean, that's a half a step.
Ed Hickox just flat missed that. That is not close. 6-5.
I mean, I don't know how Ed missed this. This isn't even close. I mean, right there.
That's a foot and a half off the bat. Strike 3 on Maven. Well, the Rockies trail at 6-5. They have the right part of the order coming up. peculiar play. And you look back at third base, Arenado actually threw the baseball before he touched third base. But clearly at first base, Grandal was out by what you term at least a third of a step.
Yeah, it wasn't even a bang bang play. Look at Nolan. The ball did come out of his hand before he stepped on third, but then the call at first is the one that Ed Hickox is looking at. Veteran umpire at first. Corey Blazer is a younger umpire at third base.
So here we go in the bottom of the 12th inning. The Rockies down a run. Boxberger's out there and Nolan Arenado at the plate, and he gets a slider for a strike.
The numbers for Boxberger, 5.79 ERA. Just recall from Tucson last Sunday. A reliever down there. Fastball 93 to 95 miles an hour. Slider be in the mid 80s.
Fouled off. It remains 0-2. Cargo and Tulowitzki to follow. Padres had a 4-0 lead, then 5-2. And this with a lot of English on it. Fortunately, it takes a right turn.
Yeah, it stayed fair, 75 to 80 feet down the line. But off the end of the bat, it was a cue ball. Took a right turn before it got to first base.
Here's the 1-2. 2-2 on Nolan. Let's still look at what he did last inning, pulling off that play. I mean, it showed just great baseball intuition.
Awareness on the field, what's happening, where the ball was hit, and how can I make this play?
Boxberger strikes out Arenado, 1 out in the 12th.
Change up from Brad Boxberger. Circle change out of the hand. Just put your index finger and your thumb together, make the circle, put the ball deep into your palm and just throw it like you would a fastball.
Cargo 0 for 5 tonight after the huge night last night in Cincinnati. Ball 1. Tulowitzki behind him 0 for 5. In fact, this is how strange the game of baseball can be. Those two last night combined for 8 hits, 9 runs batted in, 5 home runs. Tonight they're combined 0 for 10. The only 2 players on the Rockies not to reach this evening.
Still one more chance for each of them.
pinch hit back in the 6th inning. Hit a drive to deep center field that was caught. Cargo pulls it, and a good stop there for the 2nd out by Jerko. And now the Rockies down to their final out. Tulowitzki coming up.
Kyle Blanks was on the line, so the second baseman, Jed Jerko, had moved over into the hole, more between first and second. He still had to slide and dive to make the play. Outfielders have moved way back for the Padres. No doubles depth.
Here's the 1-strike pitch to Tulowitzki, outside, 1-1. Cardinals did go on and beat the Diamondbacks tonight, 12-8. Shelby Miller got the win. He's now 7-3. So the Rockies began the day trailing by 2.5 games. Right now trailed by 2, but we're down 6-5 here with 2 outs in the 12th inning.
Familiar territory for Boxberger, being in a big league game trying to close it out. He's done that before.
On the outside corner, the slider is a strike, 3-2. Yeah, 24 games last year with Boxberger with the Padres. 3-2 on Tulowitzki. Down low. So the tying run reaches. And here comes Kadire.
Now you see the depth of the lineup for the Rockies. Carlos Gonzalez, and Troy walks. You got Michael up.
Ball 1 on Kadire.
First time in Michael's career he's faced Brad. He was studying him on the on-deck circle, though. He knows it's a fastball, changeup, slider kind of pitcher.
Close.
Yeah, on the 4 strike zone, you can tell where Boxberger's trying to throw. He doesn't want to let anything inside to Michael. And the outfield is shaded to right center.
3-1. Checo on deck. Didn't give in on a 3-1 pitch. Would not throw the fastball. It was a changeup.
You tell what pitch he's comfortable throwing in pressure situations. It's a circle change.
Pretty good one.
It is a real good one with late dive.
He may go back to it. He did.
He did, and with the 3-2 count, it helps Troy out, getting that extra 2 or 3 strides before he takes off running. If there is a ball in the gap, better chance to score from first. He asked for the fastball away, but Boxberg shook to the change.
Headley to first, and the Padres have won the game. Kadire goes down hard. And apparently he's okay, but the Padres win it 6-5 in 12 innings. Another loss that will smart for the Rockies, especially the way they came back. And that's happened a few times now this year, where they've hit what they thought to be a dramatic, momentum-changing home run late, and they're unable to finish the deal. So the Padres have defeated the Rockies for the first time this year. After losing the first 6 encounters, Gregerson gets the win. He's 4-2. Manuel Corpus, the hard luck loser, he's 0-1. Boxberger, his first major league save. Tonight's Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Delivery. The game is brought to you by Jimmy John's. He's at play again in the 12th inning. Kind of a bouncer right on the line. Arenado gets rid of the baseball, and the safe call at first, despite the fact that the runner was out by almost a full half a stride. Would have been the 3rd out. Instead, Headley crosses home plate. Ed Hickox and Walt Weiss discussing, but the call obviously would not change. Visit JimmyJohns.com to find a location near you. Padres win 6-5. The Toyota postgame show is next.